pretty eye, goddamn. Goddamn, sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn pretty eye me take though.
Damn, chick, you doing another show for pretty eye?
I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever. I can watch you all day, girl, like you televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I lived the beaches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby.
Hey, what's up? Sorry that I'm not on camera today, but I don't feel that great. But I have to finish this out. I really have to finish this out. I still think he's not guilty so far. I think he's guilty of the child endangerment charges, because I really believe, and I may be wrong, but I believe the son got a hold of the gun. And while he was getting the gun away and disarming it, he accidentally popped his son. That's just what I get so far. So we're finishing out day 2, part 2, and then day 3, part 1. So, and right now they are on verdict watch. So I'm trying to get this done. I don't know if I'll get it done by the time or before verdict comes in. But hey, even if I don't, I still want to watch it, because I like to see what maybe the jury thinking. But I also want to know why they didn't do a full investigation. Why no gunshot residue testing? Why wasn't the mother detained? Why did they only choose that he was guilty? I got so many questions and not enough answers. So that's why I would go not guilty on the top 2 charges. If they do lesser included, then, maybe if they put involuntary manslaughter on there, then yes. then yes, he would be guilty of that too. But, and so with the mom, I'm sorry, but she was in the house too. I don't understand how one parent is going through this and not the other. But anyways, and I can only imagine he's been in tears the whole time he's been in court. He's really trying to hold his composure, and I got to give him credit for that, because my mom always told me losing a child is something you never get over. Like, you're easy to cope when you lose a parent, when you lose a sibling, stuff like that, but you never ever lose getting over your child. I mean, you never get over losing your child, period. That's just one thing you can't escape. It's the hardest thing to deal with. So what's up, Chakra King? Hey, Room Shaker, I appreciate the support. All right, I'm gonna jump into this and stop yakking. Oh, let's see. Maybe if I knew how to operate this thing. Come on, are we not back from lunch yet?
And the state and the defendant, Jermaine.
I went a little too far.
Okay.
Bring them in as soon as they're ready.
And Judge, just so the court's aware, this next witness has prepared a couple of PowerPoints to assist in the presentation.
Okay.
It's loaded in here. I'm going to go along with it, and as my part of my presentation it'd be following through here. When we're done, we've agreed with the defense that we are going to take the thumb drive and provide it to the clerk as a court exhibit, not to go back to the jury, just as a court exhibit.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
Well, let's bring them on.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Anna Cox, and it's spelled A-N-N-A, and Cox is spelled C-O-X.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Ms. Cox, what do you do?
Okay, I have a bigger. I have an inappropriate joke, and I'm sorry for this. It doesn't matter who's the biggest. It only matters who's the best. Cox. Anyways, okay, let me go.
For a living?
I own my own private forensic consulting and training business.
And what does that entail? If you can explain that to the jury.
For the consulting part, I am contacted to either respond to active crime scenes to assist law enforcement agencies in processing and documenting the scene for bloodstain pattern analysis. I am also contacted for case file reviews by law enforcement attorneys or civil attorneys to provide a case file analysis regarding bloodstain pattern analysis if I am not requested to respond to the scene. For the training portion of my business, I provide bloodstain pattern analysis training throughout the state of Florida, as well as I have also taught in Illinois, providing agencies and attorneys with coursework on bloodstain pattern analysis.
What sort of prior education do you have?
For my brick and mortar education, I have a Bachelor of Science degree with my coursework in chemistry, biology, physics, their laboratory components, as well as calculus. I have a certificate in crime scene technology, which encompassed 10 courses for responding to crime scenes, such as photography, crime scene safety, fingerprint processing, chemical enhancement, etc. I have a certificate, graduate certificate in death investigation, and that included DNA serology, forensic anthropology, Forensic Medicine 1, Forensic Medicine 2. I have a master's degree of forensic science with an emphasis in investigation. So that is also a field-based master's degree with additional coursework in photography, processing, chemical enhancement, crime scene investigation. As far as professional practitioner coursework, I have over 450 hours of practitioner coursework, which includes crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain analysis, fingerprint processing, response to domestic incidents, etc. And I have since, I would say 2013, I have actually taught over 1,000 hours of bloodstain pattern analysis and processing techniques.
How long have you been doing these type of analysis?
Well, I began my career as an autopsy technician, as a volunteer autopsy technician at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiners, and I began that in July of 2000. So my forensic career began back then. I was hired at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office as a forensic science specialist, which is just a fancy term for a crime scene investigator. And my primary responsibilities there were to respond to crime scenes, to document and a half into my the beginning of my career at Pinellas, I was approached by my section manager, who recognized my science background and asked me if I wanted to go into bloodstain pattern analysis. So I actually began my bloodstain pattern analysis training, which is a specialized training, in 2001, and have been working in.
Okay, my question is, why did they have to go outside? Shouldn't they already have forensic scientists that specialize in blood spatter already on their team? Shouldn't they? Why are they going outside? Maybe because the ones in-house said that no, maybe it's not the way it happened. I'm just curious because it's so weird. The only time I ever see expert witnesses outside of a police department is usually when they're trying to sell you a story that doesn't match. I mean,
focusing on blood analysis.
Her story sounds great. I mean, she sounds great. Her credentials sound great. But we all know that expert witnesses, they always tend to lead one side or the other, whether you believe it or not. Unless you have an unbiased person that does say, does work for the FBI or whatever, does, outside work for the FBI. They ask them to look into this case. Just tell them the basic case info and let them go to it, and then they don't know what side is which or who, where, what, and why. They don't know all the gist of it. Just they say that a person ran into this person with this kind of type, like the Karen Reed trial. So it just amazes me that they're going outside with this lady and that this blood spatter should matter. When they didn't, I hope she looked at all of it. I hope she looked at every piece of that mattress, because, or even the bottom of the picture on the bottom, like things just don't add up.
Since analysis since then.
All right. Have you ever testified as an expert on bloodstain analysis in court?
I have.
Approximately how many times and where?
I've testified in 11 counties in Florida. I've testified in federal court, civil court, as well as Terrebonne Parish in Louisiana. I've testified as an expert in blood analysis, I want to say approximately at least over 50 times.
Okay. Judge, at this time,
Just because you testified over 50 times
Thank you.
don't mean that you were right.
Now,
all
explain to the
50
jury,
times.
what is a bloodstain pattern analysis?
Bloodstain pattern analysis is a discipline of forensic science where we focus on identifying, defining, documenting, and analyzing bloodstains that are present at a particular crime scene in order to provide an interpretation of the events and the mechanisms that has caused their distribution. So another way to put it is I analyze the blood to try to figure out how the blood was deposited, and sometimes we can sequence when the blood was deposited as opposed to other blood stains or patterns at this scene.
Did you prepare in preparation for today a PowerPoint to kind of describe to the jury what bloodstain pattern analysis means and how you do it?
I did.
All right. And would that assist you think, in explaining to the jury what your role and what you do in these kind of cases?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put it on the screen here, Judge. This is going to be a court exhibit that we were.
Call it Court Exhibit 1 for the record.
Yes, Judge, that'd be great. Okay. Now, Ms. Cox, I'm going to have you just kind of go through this with me. Let me see if I can figure out how to get this on the slideshow.
Hey, YouTube, StreamYard, whatever, whoever you are, quit kicking me off the internet. This started last night and hasn't stopped. But twice today? You're going to kick me off twice today. Oh, I definitely need to plug in my freaking, my higher frequency, whatever, blah, blah, blah. My router.
There it is up here. Okay. So I'm going to have you kind of explain to me. So obviously this first page is just the your title for this definition. If you can go ahead and explain what this is here.
So when we do bloodstain pattern analysis, there are a lot of things that we have to consider. The first thing is what we consider is the physical characteristics of the bloodstains. And that is going to be your physics component of blood analysis. So that is going to be the size, the shape, and the distribution of the bloodstains at the scene. We also take a look at the number of bloodstains in order to determine, is it a pattern? Or is it a single deposition, or were there multiple depositions, multiple activities that have occurred in this particular area or location? We also have to look at the location and the surface itself that the blood stains are on. And that is because different surfaces can have a different effect on the bloodstain pattern. For example, smooth surfaces obviously receive bloodstains differently than coarse or porous surfaces would. We also look at the relationship of the bloodstains to other evidence, and that is where my background as a crime scene investigator and the fact that I do still respond to active crime scenes becomes into play, because I understand the following two variables that can also have an effect on blood distribution. That would be the scene-specific variables, how the room is set up, temperature, have there been any alterations. We also have to take a look at the history of the scene and the evidence to see how items were collected, their original locations, those types of things. So bloodstain pattern analysis encompasses analyzing not just the actual physical visual blood at the scene, but all of the other dynamics related to that particular scene.
So, and I guess the next slide, so there is a scientific basis for this bloodstain pattern analysis, is that correct?
Yes. Bloodstain pattern analysis is entrenched in the natural sciences. Biology is an important component of bloodstain pattern analysis. And as an analyst, one of the things I have to understand is how the body reacts to the infliction of an injury. So, for example, an artery has a different purpose inside your body than your vein does. So I have to have a fundamental knowledge of that, as well as once the blood has left the human body, it can undergo decomposition due to environmental factors. So I have to take into consideration that when I view blood stains, they may not always be a bright, vibrant red, and that can be due to some of the conditions at the actual scene. The other component that was especially evident in this particular incident was the physics. And blood, we have two different types of activities that can cause a distribution of blood. One is the natural science or the natural laws of physics, and that would be the natural laws of gravity. For example, if you had cut your hand and you were standing over the sink and the blood was just allowed to drip down off your hand, that is what we consider to be a passive action. There's no real external force that's coming in to override the body's natural function of bleeding or the natural laws of physics of gravity. Another type of mechanism that does disrupt the natural laws of physics or does disrupt the natural function of the human body would be something called the introduction of a mechanism such as force. So that would be kicking, stomping, stabbing, beating, shootings, something where a force is actually introduced to the blood, causing it to be disrupted and distributed in a completely different manner than the natural laws of physics.
All right. So your next slide it talks about identifying blood stains and pattern. Are the following examples some ideas or some samples of some patterns that you use?
Yes, the following examples are examples of bloodstains and patterns that were visible in this particular incident, but the ones for this particular slideshow are from training materials.
Okay, so the following slides we're about to see were not taken from this case at all, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, what is this slide show, or what is this slide demonstrating?
So this slide demonstrates what can occur when an outside force comes in and disrupts the natural laws of physics. The amount of force introduced to the bloodstain, the more energy or the more force impacted onto the blood, the smaller the stains will be. So, for example, this is something called blood spatter, and that is a blood stain resulting from an airborne drop created when the external force is introduced to the liquid blood. Now, these are what we call impact spatter patterns, and that is when an actual object is striking the liquid blood. The interesting thing or the demonstrative thing about these two slides is if you look at the slide on the left, you see it kind of forms a conical formation, almost like a cone, where towards the bottom of the photograph, the stains are a little bit more dense. Some of them are circular in formation, and that is because the actual source of blood was in very close proximity to that area of that particular cardboard surface. As the blood source is further away and the blood is allowed to travel up in the conical formation, you'll actually see it becomes more sparsely distributed, and you'll actually start to see an elongation of your blood stains. And that becomes relative or important when I'm attempting to approximately determine the possible location of the blood source when it was impacted.
Okay. So what is directionality?
Directionality is the characteristic of a blood stain that would indicate the direction the blood was traveling or moving when it made contact with the surface. So at the time of its deposition on the surface, if it is elongated and has a tail that you see in this particular photograph, it tells me the direction the blood was actually moving. So the blood was traveling from left to right.
Okay.
And we call that our leading edge, and then the tail is what is actually pointing the direction the blood is moving.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this slide?
This is a flow pattern, and a flow pattern is, once again, this is another passive action. This is not the same as spatter. This is completely different. This is a blood stain that has resulted by the movement of a volume of blood on a surface due to gravity or the movement of the surface. So one of the distinguishing characteristics of the flow pattern is it appears to be almost linear, and it has delineated perimeter edges, forming basically a passive elongated stain traveling downward.
All right. And what are we looking at in this particular slide?
This is also considered to be a passive action. This is something called satellite staining. And this is when a smaller blood stain is formed when the parent stain or the original blood stain actually makes contact with the surface. So what happens is, and the perfect example of this is if you watch a Florida thunderstorm. If you watch a Florida thunderstorm and you're looking at your driveway and you're watching the rain come down, you'll see it'll hit your driveway and smaller drops will actually bounce up and outward. That is exactly what satellite staining is. So this is different from impact spatter. This is the blood actually making contact with the surface, and either due to the rapid distribution of the blood or the surface itself or both, the blood bounces and breaks out around it. And what you'll see a lot of the time, as you do in the slide on the right, is you'll see a lot of little tiny stains that surround what we call the larger parent stain. And it tends to be rather uniform in distribution, unlike what you saw with the impact spatter.
And what is in this slide?
This is also a passive action. This is pooled blood and saturation. The actual mechanism is the same. A blood source is just allowed to bleed freely onto a surface. Pooled blood is a hard surface. Saturation is an absorbent surface. But once again, it is a passive action where bloodletting has occurred and the blood is just being deposited and following either the topography of the hard structure or the actual textile design.
And then in this slide, we're talking about transfer. What is that?
Transfer is also what we consider to be a passive action. It is a blood stain that results from contact from a pre-existing wet blood surface or item onto another surface. So once again, the bloodletting event has already occurred or is occurring, and an item is contaminated with the wet blood coming into contact with another surface, depositing the blood onto that secondary surface.
And you indicate on the slide, it looks like that some of these can be comparable and some are not.
Correct. So a transfer stain, you can get fingerprints, bloody shoe prints, bloody tire marks, bloody weapon impressions. Sometimes you have a transfer from an item and the characteristics are not distinguishable, but the mechanism and the action is still the same. It's just the wet surface coming into contact with the secondary surface.
And this is a drip stain. What is that?
That's a blood stain that falls from a blood source due to gravity. So this would be the example of if you cut your hand and you're rendering aid to yourself over the sink and blood is just dripping down. The two slides show the drastic difference between a smooth surface and a coarse surface. So the photograph on the left is basically blood drops on a smooth surface. They have a nice uniform perimeter. The other blood stain is on cardboard, which is a little bit more textured. So it broke the stain, but the actual deposition was still what we consider to be passive.
And finally, what is cast off?
Cast off is where a blood stain results from blood being released from an object due to its motion. That motion can be a swinging, a flinging, a strong push or movement of a bloodied item. And what happens is either the sudden movement forward or the sudden movement backward of the item will cause blood to be flung off. So for example, if I had blood on my hand and I swung it, that would cause what we consider to be cast off.
And you're able to differentiate that from other types of blood stains?
Correct. Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cox. So, Ms. Cox, were you in fact hired by the state of Florida in this case?
I was.
All right, and you were given some materials in order to give an opinion regarding the blood stains in this particular case. Is that correct?
Correct.
What materials were you given to analyze in this case regarding the death of Jermaine Bass?
I received multiple items. The items that I used for my analysis included body-worn camera footage, and I received multiple body-worn camera footages, so I watched them and I found 4 that provided me the information that I needed regarding the condition of the scene upon first responders' arrival. I also received photographs, including photographs of the scene and evidence collected from the scene, photographs taken at the hospital of both children, as well as the parents. I received autopsy photographs of Jayla Bass, and I also received photographs of the clothing that had been collected from the children and from Mr. Bass. I received the medical examiner reports and forms. I received the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office crime scene reports. I received the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office reports authored by the first responders and detectives. I received property and evidence lists, 911 phone call, a Florida Department of Law Enforcement biology report and a pure gold forensic report as well. There were other items that I received that were not utilized in my analysis.
All right. And so what do you do when you start to make analysis? If you can kind of explain to the jury what your process is.
If I'm afforded the opportunity, the first thing that I like to do is I like to look at the body-worn camera footage. And that is because that is the scene as it was when the actual first responders arrived. So that would be even before the arrival of the crime scene unit, which is just called after the scene has been secured and the scene is ready to be processed by the crime scene unit. So I like to look at the body-worn camera footage, and I watch that with the sound off. So I'm just interested in watching the movements of the first responders, the movements of anybody in the scene, the location of people in the scene, the location of blood evidence in relationship to the people.
Okay, lady. Okay, your whole testimony is nothing but circumstantial because you did not see the shooting occur when it happened. You didn't see it. So you don't know how the blood spattered. All you've seen is a few blood spatters on the wall here and there, some droplets when he was carrying his son down. You don't know. All you see is pools of blood. How can you tell me that both children were next to each other? That's what I want to know.
At the scene. It also provides me the opportunity, especially if the individuals who were injured at the scene are not present at the scene when the crime scene unit responds. It allows me to see the condition of those individuals prior to the transport. So I like to look at that first. And as I'm going through, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the crime, at the blood evidence. I'm starting to apply the definition to them based on their characteristics. And then I like to look at the crime scene photographs because they're more deliberate. They provide me overall mid-range close-up documentation of the evidence. It also gives me a clearer picture of the location of
But
the
it's
evidence in
after the
relationship
blood's
to
all settled,
other
right?
evidence or other items at the scene. The next thing I like to do is I will continue to watch the body cam video. I will also continue to look at the photos, but now I'll look at what I consider to be the technical reports first. So I'll look at the technical reports, which included the autopsy report, because that is going to be my medical report regarding Jayla Bass. Then I will go and I will read the crime scene technician reports, because those are also technical reports. That provides me information that I may not be able to see in crime scene photographs. So it provides me, also provides me information of the condition of items that were collected, whether items, areas were tested to determine whether or not it was possibly blood, what
I get that, but they didn't test everything. They didn't test everything. Certain like big blood stain. They didn't test everything. There was a lot of blood smearing, blood whatever on one side of the bed, opposite of the other side of the bed. We don't know where the boy was shot, if he was shot, like trying to get away from his sister, and his dad finally wrestled I still have questions, but I totally understand what you're saying. The zombie,
they're going to be categorized under in property and evidence lists. So I like to read those reports, and then I'll read the property and evidence lists. I'll listen to the 911 call, and then I'll proceed to read through the first responder reports to see if they include any technical.
This case is just wild to me. Like it's wild to me. I don't know how. These are my questions, and they still have yet to answer them. I don't know how they know that the two children were right next to each other when she was shot 3 times and he was shot once. I haven't seen that, and I guess she's going to tell us how they know. But how can you know when you didn't even swab every blood stain or pooling? How do we not know that? And on the bottom of the bunk, there is a blood stain or blood spatter right there on the wall that I guess they're trying to they didn't test that either. I want to know, there's so much questions. I want to know how they didn't test anybody in that house for gunshot residue when this is a gunshot case. I want to know why they automatically just detained the father but not the mother. There's so much that has not been answered for me, and I just can't go guilty. But if they put involuntary manslaughter on that on it as a lesser included, yes, I think he's guilty of that, because as a parent, you having a loaded firearm in your child's bedroom or in the reach of your child, you are responsible for what that child does with it, because they don't know. You are supposed to protect them. So if they put that on there, I could see him getting that. Also, the mother needs to be charged because she is responsible too. She was also in that house. And then also the 2 child abuse charges. I feel like he should get charged with that. Get guilty on those. But as far as the murder, I just something in my gut says the son got a hold of a loaded firearm, shot his sister. Then when the dad was taking the gun away and trying to get the magazine out, he accidentally shot his son. That's just in a frantic state. I really do. That's just what's being depicted so far, because they have not proven. They have not answered any of my questions.
Information related to the physical evidence that may be pertinent to my analysis and review.
All right. So, for instance, in this case, you mentioned body-worn cameras. I'm just going to use this as an example. Did you receive the body-worn camera of Deputy Nathaniel Jones showing him attempt or taking the child, Jayla Bass, off from her position and putting her on the ground?
I did.
Okay. So, as a result of that, you were able to see the positioning of Miss Jayla Bass when she was first observed, correct?
Correct.
And did that help you in your analysis?
Very much.
Okay. Now, prior to trial.
And I don't like when they choose to show shots of him because, I mean, you could tell the guy is really emotional. Every time they break or whatever, I mean, he's taking off his glasses, wiping his eyes. You can tell this is really affected him. And it should. It's your children. You know, your children were injured. And it's your fault. As a parent, it's your fault because whatever happened in the scenario, you are responsible as the adult, but you shouldn't be the only one that is held responsible.
You and I have spoken, correct?
Correct.
All right. And were you asked to provide a grouping of photographs that would help you and assist you in explaining to the jury your findings in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing it's already been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibits 24A through LL. Do these appear to be the photographs that you wanted to use in your PowerPoint?
Can I remove this?
So basically, okay, he's the father. He has two children. I'll give you a little rundown. Okay, so he has two children. One the little girl. I don't know how old she was. I think she was 5 or 3. She was shot 3 times in the head. And the little boy was shot once. I don't know if it's a graze wound. I don't know if it's, really did go in and out, but he is alive. And when they first got on the scene, he said he was trying to take the mag out. It was an accidental discharge. And I think he was just talking about what happened to his son, not what happened to his daughter. And the mom is hysterical, running around like nobody's business. Nobody can talk to her. And all she keeps on saying, my son, my son, my son. And when they ask her who shot you, first she says ops, and then she says my son. Oh, my son, my son, my son, my son. So to me, I think, and then they find a 380 holster, a 380 belt clip, and a bag with 380 ammo in it in their children's bedroom. Then downstairs, they find and the gun was downstairs because that's where he put it after the shooting, right? To get it away from his kid, all that stuff, right? Because that's my scenario. Maybe he just took it down. Yes, in their scenario, they think that he did both of them, and yeah, or got it away from the mother. But the only thing that anything goes to a 380 down in his bedroom, there's nothing. It's all in the kid's bedroom. My question is, what is it doing in your kid's bedroom and at the reach of them? It's not up in the closet. It's down below where they could get to it. And they only detained the father. They didn't detain the mother, which I think both of them should have been detained at the scene. Both should have been asked questions. They should have had called another family member to go there for the children. Then they bring in this expert, this blood spatter expert that we're supposed to believe that she knows how the blood got there and all this other stuff after it had already been there for a minute. You know what I mean? I think they're really trying to paint it like he's guilty. But why is his DNA and his son's DNA on that gun? They're both contributors. And they're trying to say, oh, well, it's transfer DNA from the father to the son to the gun. Or, or from from him touching the son. I don't know. I don't know how the son's DNA would get there because he touched his son and then, touched the gun. I don't know. But at the end of the day, he is charged with first-degree murder, 2 attempted murders, and then two child abuse charges. Right now, I could only convict him. I would only be able to convict him on the child abuse charges, unless they put lesser included in the other 3 charges. But that's what I'm getting. They have yet to answer my questions. This is day 2, part 2. So, usually by day 2, you're starting to get an answer, and I have yet to get an answer. He's tearing up again. Poor guy. Right. But also, I come into this as everybody has the presumption of innocent, right? So I'm waiting for the state to prove their case to me, and hopefully we'll get there. I mean, but right now, after all the crime scene evidence, people maybe a gun expert maybe seal the deal for him. I don't know how this blood spatter lady's gonna do it when they didn't test it. All the different blood pullings and blood smearings on that mattress. I don't know how she's gonna get me there, but I'm waiting to find out. I'm waiting to see, because now she's barely going through the evidence at the scene. So hopefully she can answer some of my questions. But for right now, I'm still left in the dust. I want to know who shot the gun. But with no gunshot residue testing, I'll never know that. All I got is DNA on the trigger and the grip. And that went to him and his 8-year-old son.
Yes, those are the photographs that I selected.
And you use these particular photographs that are in state's exhibit that's already been admitted in evidence 24A through LL. These are the photographs you used in putting together a PowerPoint to assist you in presenting this evidence to the jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And do you believe that PowerPoint would aid you in describing to the jury your findings in this case?
Yes.
And Judge, I am now going to be going back to the court exhibit and showing the second PowerPoint presentation contained on the thumb drive.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to just go through the slides and have you explain the significance of each of these slides to the jury as far as your findings in this particular case. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so explain this first slide if you could for the jury.
So the one of the first conclusions that I came to was one of the first things that I attempted to do with my blood analysis was to identify the location of Jayla Bass, Jermaine Bass, when the actual gunshot wounds occurred. So what I'm looking for is going to be impact spatter. So that would be the spatter that takes on the conical nature, and that is going to be from the actual gunshot wounds themselves. So when I
tell me how you got that they both were there with no DNA that backs that up. Hello, lady. See, state, you better bring in some DNA, another DNA expert to tell me how she got that they were both these kids. Right here. Mm. Maybe I missed part of that evidence. I don't know. I'm going crazy.
Review all the bloodstains and patterns, the only area that I identified where there was impact spatter that would be consistent with receiving the gunshot wounds is the northwest corner of the top bunk bed. And so what I did, now there's multiple photographs from multiple angles of that particular area. So I used all of the photographs that were provided to me, but these are the ones that best allow me to describe my findings. So the first thing that I looked at the top left corner, which is the SLB_105 photograph, that is what would be considered to be a mid-range photograph of the west end of the bed, including the northwest corner. So the northwest corner is going to be that corner of the bed that the pillow is not in. So what I identified in that particular area is on the railing that faces inward toward the mattress, the west side, which would be the short side that the pillow's up against, that
Hey YouTube, could you quit knocking me off? What was that? Wait, what type of gun? It was a 380 caliber. It was a small little Glock gun, a 42 Glock, I guess is what they said. Now I don't know if they are in two different beds. So they have a gun. So okay, they're saying most of the shooting happened up the top bunk, and the bottom bunk. The bottom bunk, there's one blood spatter on the wall. I don't know if they'll show it. I hope that they do, but I doubt they will. But this is where the shooting occurred. But who's to say the boy wasn't up there, and that's when the dad wrestled the gun away and taken the magazine out. We don't know yet. I mean, they still haven't answered that for me. But so that's why I'm wondering how she is coming up to the conclusion that both kids were right next to each other. I could possibly see maybe the boy after he accidentally got shot here, but there's blood all the way on the opposite end of this bed too. That's a lot. How old's the boy? He's 8. He's old enough to be able to hold that gun, but I mean, not very well, but he would be old enough to be able to get a hold of that gun. Probably thought it was a toy gun because it was down in his room. I mean, come on.
spatter on it as well. Then you also have a little bit of impact spatter on the long railing at the corner, but you have the conical impact spatter that actually radiates upward from that corner, upward in that conical fashion onto the wall above the bed. So that indicated to me that understanding the location of the gunshot wounds, that there were.
Okay, you say it was a mixture of, but we didn't hear from the DNA expert that said it was a mixture of their blood.
3 to the head of Jayla and 1 to the head of Jermaine and 1 to the hand of Jermaine, that those areas of their person, their heads and his hand needed to be in that corner. And they also have to be relatively either on the mattress or on the pillow and on the mattress in order for the blood to have the target of the bed frame as well as the wall to have received the blood spatter. So that tells me that their heads are low, either immediately on or just right above the mattress.
Okay. And the area that's circled on the bottom photograph, there's a green marker in there, and you're familiar with crime scene investigations and stuff. Were you familiar with the fact, or did you know that that was an area that was swabbed for DNA?
Yes, that's a very traditional form of crime scene documentation. You do your overall photographs first, document the scene as it was upon your arrival, and then as a crime scene investigator, we are trained to let the scene tell us what is needs to be documented with scales and what warrants more and more detailed documentation.
See, okay, that's a good question. Is it possible? I've known kids to do that. I've known kids to shoot a shotgun. You know how shotguns have a big kick. I've known them to shoot more than once. So I don't know that for sure, but they haven't told me anything to make me think otherwise right now. I just don't know how the dad. I don't know what's the dad though. That's what about the mom? What you know what I'm saying? Like they're just not proving to me that it could only be him. Is what I'm saying. But right now, it just why is the mom saying my son every time they ask her who shot the gun? My son, my son, my son. When she was hysterical, but who knows to say that she wasn't saying my son, my son, my son if she wasn't doing the shooting or the dad. You know, there's so many questions. That's my problem. Is we have to hold the state accountable. You know, they have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the only one to commit the offense. And I still haven't heard if the little boy's wound was a gunshot wound, him popping his head, popping the gun into the head. I don't know yet. I mean, I'm still asking for answers. I'm not quite sure. I do know that the little girl was shot 3 times. I do know that 5 shots went out because they collected 5 spent shell casings. I do know that part, but I don't know. And I mean, she's telling me that their DNA was there, but I'm not seeing. The DNA expert didn't say that. Oh, the DNA expert said, "Oh, well, we just, went and we tested the gun, but didn't tell me anything about the blood stainings. Why didn't they swab that for DNA?" But this lady right here has got it in her little thing that it was a mixture of both their bloods. Blood spatter right here. But that doesn't mean like he was laying right next to him. He could have moved away from his dad. I just got questions. That's all. Prove to me it was him and not the mom. That's all I say. Yeah, of course, but even if you're in shock and out of your mind, like he was quiet, didn't say much. We all handle traumatic experiences differently. So I can't really assume that just because she's freaking out that yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but they just had a DNA specialist on. The DNA specialist didn't say anything about these blood pullings, these blood spatters, nothing. She didn't mention anything. All she mentioned was the gun. That's why I want to know how can you tell me that they were right next to each other? How do you get this mixture when they're I don't see no testing. You didn't bring the testing out. I can't go off of that. And how do you know that he wasn't he didn't shoot his sister like right here? And then when his dad grabbed the gun, shot him. I got so many questions. I just got a lot. And I really don't know if he was shot in the head. I'm still waiting on that evidence too. I mean, poor little girl. This is horrible. I feel bad for the mom and dad. I do. Even if he was at fault and it turns out he did it, I still feel bad for him because I don't know how you could do that to a baby. We're supposed to protect our babies. Oh, this breaks my heart.
Very traditional crime scene documentation. I understood exactly what those scales meant. They used two different colors, very traditional way of distinguishing between two types of evidence. I understood that the green scale was for the impact spatter that was on the wall, and the yellow scale was for the defect to the bed frame. Absolutely understood that.
All right. And what was the results of the DNA on that blood stain spatter on area P?
That resulted in a mixture of both children.
Okay. And so is it your opinion, Ms. Cox, that
But how do you know it was a mixture of both children without DNA?
both the individuals both received their injuries on this corner of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your opinion then that their heads were both close together to that side in that area of the bed?
When each of them received the gunshot wounds, their heads and possibly Jermaine Bass's hand were in that corner.
Is there anything else from these slides that you feel like you need to talk about, or can we go to the next slide?
Wait, Jermaine Bass's hand? What are you talking about? What was his hand injured? Hold on. This is the first time I've heard that he had a hand injury. Who, the father or the son? Because they're both named Jermaine Bass. So was it the son or was it the dad that had the hand injury? Oh, lady, you're not answering my questions.
To the next slide.
Okay. All right. And what are we looking at in this slide, second slide?
So this is just what would be considered a close-up photograph. And this is a photograph facing the actual north wall. So the corner is kind of off to the left-hand side. You can see the saturated pillow, but you can see how the blood stains radiate upward, not only from on the frame, but also up onto the wall. The next area that was of interest to me was what allowed me to place the incident occurring in the northwest corner was once the pillow was removed from the bed frame, there was a distinct stop.
That's what I was getting at is like, that's the first time I heard, but who was it? Was it the son or the dad? Because they're both named Jermaine Bass. So, and it's the first time I heard of a hand injury. I heard about a head injury.
To the impact spatter on the west side of the frame. Blood follows the laws of physics. So blood is going to travel and attach itself to something until it either can no longer do so, or it's already attached itself to something. So the fact that the blood on the west frame abruptly stopped indicated to me that that pillow was most likely in that location when the actual gunshots occurred. So that is just me being able to apply the other evidence in order to allow me to be a little bit more defined with my conclusions. And that is also, that was done sequentially, which is a very traditional type of crime scene documentation. You photograph things, then you move things, then you re-photograph things.
And let me ask you that, Ms. Cox, while we're on the subject of that, because you talk about a lot that you've done this before. You've been a crime scene investigator. You go out, you know how they're done. Do you swab every single piece of blood that you see anywhere at every crime scene?
No, it's very customary to take representative swabbings.
Okay. And when you take representative swabbings, do you look for areas that you believe are relevant based on the bloodstain pattern and things of that sort?
Yes, your amount of training, both professional training, practitioner training, brick and mortar training, as well as your training and just responding to crime scenes on a daily basis. That is why one of the reasons is we have to consider all of the scene specific variables, because the scene will tell you and help guide you to allow you to collect the evidence that may be probative in a future investigation.
Okay. So it's very common to have a crime scene with, bloodstains all scattered throughout, but you would only swab specific areas that you believed were pertinent. Okay. So in an area with numerous bloodstains throughout, you would not scrub all or swab all of them? You would pick certain ones?
Correct.
Okay.
And I still do.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide here?
This is, as soon as you enter the south bedroom, the children's bedroom, as soon as you look over to where the bunk beds are, this is, you can see like it's either a dollhouse or a makeshift kitchen toy that's up against the west side of the bed. So you can see the top bunk is higher than the actual toy that is sitting on the floor, even though it is a rather large toy. What is of interest to this is now the stains and patterns that I'm analyzing are not by force. The stains and patterns that I have conclusions on from hereafter are what are all considered to be passive. So I've already identified the area where the gunshot wounds occurred. Now I'm identifying what is happening after the bloodletting events have occurred. What this particular photograph and then the photograph, well, actually what both of these photographs show me is that not only do I have saturation to the top of the mattress in the corner, once again, this is in the northwest corner, the saturation is such that the textile itself is starting to have it overflow onto the west edge of the mattress. So what's happening is the blood is continuing to be deposited in this area from the gunshot injuries, and the blood is actually coming up over and cascading down the side of the mattress, and it actually cascades all the way down to where it starts to drip on the slats of the bed below. It also continues to do that on the north side of the mattress on the other side. So what that tells me is that the bleeding that is occurring after the gunshot injuries is being confined to that particular area as the bloodletting injuries are being allowed to flow freely and flowing down over the mattress and onto the wall and the bed below.
Okay, and you mentioned something a minute ago that brought up a point that I hadn't asked you yet. That area that you described in the first slide, where you said this is where they were shot, that was blood spatter that you said was from a bloodletting event, right? Is that how you describe it?
Correct.
Okay. That was the only place in all of this areas that you were able to analyze that you found that occurred, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you find anywhere else where there could have been potentially a gunshot?
There was no other impact spatter other than the northwest corner.
All right. Thank you. All right. What are in this slide here with SLB 348 and SLB 347? What are we looking at of these in these pictures?
This is once again further on in the documentation process. You can see that the toy that was originally up against the west end of the bed has been moved, and they're just taking additional photographs. So it's a sequential processing technique that's very common. And what you're seeing in the first photograph, which is indicator 348, you have almost a straight on view of the top bunk, and you actually can see the flow patterns that are coming over the top of the bunk and down the west side of the bunk bed. The photograph that's identified as 347 is an actual photograph looking down at an angle towards the bottom bunk area. You can see that the bottom bunk, the bed, the actual mattress itself did not fit the frame. So you can actually see that there is a rather significant area where there is no mattress. So the slats of the bed frame are actually exposed, and you can just now start to see that the blood has been dripping down, and it's actually dripping down and hitting the slats and bouncing out. And that's your satellite staining, like your rainstorm. So that's what's occurring there. So once again, that is indicating to me that the blood source is in the northwest corner and is bleeding uninterrupted as the blood is flowing downward.
In our next slide, what do we see here?
So this became even more evident. Now we're looking at the north side of the mattress that was originally in contact with the frame against the wall. So this is once again further on in the documentation process where they have taken a downward photograph to identify the location of not only the dowel rod, but also the relationship of it to the mattress. What's of interest to me is I'm starting to see what's called coagulation, which is where the blood is actually starting to become gelatinous and coagulate and start to adhere to itself. And it's forming almost like an outline. And the second slide was demonstrated to me what I had already started to believe was that is where Jermaine Bass's head was laying. And that was confirmed when I kept reviewing the body cam video. I was able to see in the body cam video the proximity of her head, and that is where her face and her head was lying while the blood was starting to coagulate around her and then drip down the north side of the mattress, and then it began to drip down the wall, the north wall.
And is this just more of a close-up shot of what you were just describing?
That's a close-up shot, which gives you more of an indication of not only can you see the blood that's coming down on the north side and the coagulation, but you can also see the another saturation stain just above it, and you can see where that's going down the west side. So you basically have two areas where the blood is actually coming over down the side of the actual mattress.
Okay. What do we see in this particular slide here?
So at this point, this isn't documentation of the wall and the bottom bunk. So this is the area underneath the top bunk. Once again, what was significance to me is if you look at where the flow pattern is on the wall and the satellite staining on the wall, as well as the pooled blood on the wooden slats and all that, that is all also in the northwest corner, which is at this point now everything that is related to this particular, the impact spatter and then the individuals laying on the mattress and bleeding downward is all in the northwest corner. And that is just solidified when you look at the relationship of the downward flow pattern on the wall as well as the satellite staining.
So for instance, in SLB 304, the middle picture towards the bottom, I'm gonna move my cursor. Here's the cursor here. There's these along the top up here. What is that along the top ledge of the bunk bed?
That is actual blood that is dripped off the mattress onto the frame and dripping down onto the frame below.
Okay, and then on SLB 120, this area here, that is not spatter, you're saying?
Correct. That is not impact spatter. The reason I was able to distinguish between that and I was able to identify that as satellite staining was because of the scene-specific variables of this particular case. So I was able to take into consideration the saturation stain above to the mattress above, the flow pattern on the wall that travels down the wall, the flow patterns on the mattress. There's additional photographs where these eyes have been removed and you can actually see where the blood is starting to pool on the bottom frame, on the wooden slats, and on the floor below because it's just being allowed to drip down. So that is a perfect example of I need to have an understanding of the scene-specific variables and dynamics here. There was another thing that was important for me to consider, which was there's a towel and a stuffed animal that is laying on top of the slats. Well, the towel is also receiving blood. Now, because that's a porous surface, it's going to interact a little differently when it receives the blood than the hard frame is. So that's why some of the stains look a little distorted or a non-technical term, a little wonky, is because that is a very specific scene variable that did have an effect on how some of those blood stains were distributed. So that's an example of the history and variables of the scene coming into play in the analysis.
Okay, and you have a yellow arrow that indicates an area R. What is the area R? Is it that green? And I'll move the cursor to the. Is it that green sticker that's on the lower part of this picture, closest to the towel in the blood pattern?
Yes. So the stickers identified, they were green, so that identified the blood that was a blood substance. And also that was confirmed in the report that I read from the technician who documented this scene. And then when I went and looked at the DNA report, knowing that that area had been tested, that was also an area that was a mixture of both children.
Okay. So what does that tell you? The fact that both Jermaine and Jayla's DNA is in that blood stain down there?
That would indicate that they were both actively bleeding in the northwest corner of the top bunk while the blood was deposited over the sides of the mattress and down onto the bottom bunk.
Okay. So to be clear, the blood that's dripping down is a combination of both of the children.
That's what the DNA results indicated to me.
And I guess what do we have? These are closer up views of those?
Correct. So in slide 305, the first slide on the left, you can actually see the flow pattern. It's a very delineated downward flow pattern. It's got the delineated perimeter lines, and it's just the blood following the laws of physics, just going down the wall based on gravity. The secondary photograph identified as 307, that shows you not only do I have different surfaces, so I have a hard, like painted wood frame, which is a little bit smoother. I have the towel, which is an absorbent surface, which is going to react differently to the blood. Then I have the wooden slats that are part of the frame for the mattress that aren't necessarily as smooth as the actual gray frame. So those are three different surfaces that I have to take into consideration. And that explained to me why I have such a variety of satellite stains and why some of them are in different locations than others. Because, and not only that, I have different levels. So the gray wooden frame is higher than the wooden slat frames. And then you have the towel, which is higher than the wooden frame, but then drooping down between the frames. So those are all variables that I have to consider.
All right. And the blood on the slats, would that blood have come all the way through the mattress, or would it have been still from the ones that were coming over the side?
It would be the ones coming over the side, and I actually considered that. And so what I did was I looked at the photographs where the mattress had been cut and one of the projectiles removed, because that is something that I had to consider. And so I was able to exclude that.
Okay. So it just came from the side and then just dripped down into there.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see in this one, in this particular photo?
This is a photograph which is demonstrating the distance from the wall to the mattress that did not fit the frame. And it's also just giving a downward perspective of the stains and patterns in relationship to each other, showing the different elevations as well as the different locations of the blood on the different areas.
And again, this area towards the left of the picture, where the cursor is right now, that is satellite staining. That is not from a shot or anything like that.
Correct. That is not impact spatter.
So what is this slide demonstrating here?
So on this slide, the sketch at the bottom is mine. I am a very visual person. It's easier for me to put words into a picture. And so what I did was I made my own computer aid sketch to allow me to articulate my findings a little bit more clearly. So what I did was I took not only the photographs and the body-worn camera information, but I also took the information from the DNA reports regarding the blood evidence, and I put together that sketch. And what that sketch allowed me to do was to confirm what I had already spoken about earlier, which was the gunshot injuries occurred in the northwest corner, and then both children are laying in the northwest corner, and that is reflected as you can see on the sketch. You can see the overall, all of the evidence together. So you can see P is the impact spatter on the top bunk, and R is the satellite staining on the bottom bunk, and they are both in the northwest corner. And those are the two areas that are the mixture.
Okay. And did you consider N, M, and L as far as your analysis? Those, because each of those came back to Jermaine Bass, the son, correct, JJ?
As did O.
As did O. Yes. Okay. And what are we looking at here?
So this is a Star Wars blanket, and it's actually not a blanket. It's more of a comforter, but it's rather large. It was documented back at the crime scene section with actual dimensions being measured. So it's actually a little bit of a larger comforter. Then there's also like a fuzzy Super Batman blanket that's also kind of rolled up within that. So when we have a bloodstain case that I'm analyzing, I need to be respectful of all the bloodstains and patterns that are present at the scene, even if they may not be directly related to the bloodletting incident while it's occurring. In this instance, the gunshot wounds. There's a bunch of transfer stains that are at the end of the bed, on the opposite end of the bed. So when I'm looking at these, the Star Wars comforter and this Batman blanket, one of the things that initially that I observed was there are blood stains on this comforter where there's no blood source for them to have received it. So for example, in the second photograph 376, you can see that there's blood on the corners or portions of the comforter that is facing upward in the air, where there's no blood in the air providing deposition of blood on those areas of the comforter. That tells me that that comforter received those blood stains prior to coming to rest in that location. That's the first hypothesis that I come to because I follow the scientific methodology. So that's the first thing that I'm notating is this comforter has blood on it in areas that's not in contact with the blood area. The other thing I noticed was there appears to be some blood stains and patterns possibly under the comforter. So now I need to determine whether or not the blood on the comforter came from the blood on the bed at the opposite end, or is this comforter getting its blood staining at the northwest end of the bed and then being moved to that end. Body cam. When Jayla Bass is first observed, you can see a portion of the blanket on her legs, and it's actually pushed off of her by the first responder. That is actually also notated in a report that I read. One of the reasons I read their reports as well. So those were things I considered. As the processing continued, those blankets and comforters are removed, and there are, in fact, transfer stains underneath them. They don't have the amount of blood volume that has caused the saturation that I observed to these items, which indicated to me it is most consistent that that blanket received blood at the northwest end of the bed prior to being moved to the northeast or the east end of the bed.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this slide?
This is the area underneath the where the comforter and the blankets were. And you can also see that there are transfers on the wall and on the bed frame. And that is indicative of that comforter was contaminated with enough wet blood that it caused the transfer stains and small saturation stains that end of the bed. So that is how I formulated a hypothesis and then came to the conclusion that it's most consistent with those items being further west on the bed prior to coming to rest there.
All right. And then SLB 004, this is just the blanket laid out.
This is the blanket that was actually laid out, and there are yellow defect circles that encased some areas of on the blanket. So I was originally interested in how much saturation or how much blood was in fact on these blankets to determine if I could just take it one step further to confirm my findings that the blanket was the most consistent cause of the transfer stains down the east end. But then something else caught my eye. And so I requested testing on this item.
And so what we're talking about here in SLB 19 and 21.
Yes. So I'm looking at the blood on the item that was documented back at their crime lab in their controlled environment. And, you know, you have some defects to the blanket and there's no blood around them. What was interesting to me on this particular area of the blanket, I have a saturation stain and it's encased as number 6 with a defect. One of the things I do, I request photographs be given to me on a digital medium so that I can look at them close up. I can zoom in, I can focus on certain areas if I need to. And as I was looking at area 5 and 6, what was really interesting to me was area 6 was a defect, and right next to it was an area of dark saturation that had a foreign substance mixed in with it. And I thought that looked a lot like possible biological tissue. So I requested that the blood from area 6, that general area, be tested to determine whose it possibly could be.
And was it in fact tested?
It was.
And were you given the results?
I was.
And whose blood was it?
Jermaine Bass's.
The Junior, the son.
The son.
Yes, it's confusing sometimes because they're both named Jermaine, so I sometimes have to clear that up.
Okay, yes.
So is this what you're talking about when you talk about being able to zoom in? These are more zoomed.
Correct.
Zoomed in photos?
Yes. So you can see that in right adjacent to the defect that has saturation not only around it, but inside the fibers of the hole, you can see the possible biological material that is right next to it.
Is that in number 5?
Correct.
All right. And what does that tell you, or what does that help you form as an opinion with regards to that piece of evidence?
That defect, a projectile, was in close enough proximity to possible biological material when those were deposited.
Okay. Now you can't say specifically what biological material.
No.
Okay. So it could be from his hand, that his hand was shot.
Correct. He did have a gaping wound to hit his right palm area by his pinky. Yes.
Or possibly his head.
Or possibly his head. His head was bandaged in all the documentation that I saw.
Okay. But it's your opinion, though, that the substance in number 5 is some sort of biological material.
I believe it is consistent with that, with the experiences that I've had and the numerous amounts of bloodshedding events that I've worked.
Okay. Now, what are we looking at in this particular slide that talks about the movement of Jermaine Bass?
So because I was able to see how Jayla Bass was removed from the bed, there was additional documentation of additional bloodstains and patterns on the mattress that I could not necessarily attribute to her. So not seeing Jermaine Bass, the son, until the first place I observed him was on body cam sitting on the adult Jermaine Bass's lap. So what I observed was that there are transfer stains that are along the south rail of the bed. So this is the side of the railing that is opposite the side of the wall. And there's a bunch of transfer stains over in that area as well. And what was interesting is in the second slide, 473, the transfer stains continue over towards the ladder and then they continue down the ladder. So you also have stains on the ladder itself. So that being consistent with possibly the son being removed from the bed, moving himself or being moved from the bed and down the railing. Now, I do want to make it clear that another person contaminated with the son's blood could have also deposited those blood stains while moving him. I can't exclude either one, so both of those are included.
Okay. And you determined that it was Jermaine Bass that was moved because obviously Jayla was still found where she was, but also based on the DNA results of O and the ones along the pan or along the ladder. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at in these particular pictures, 267, 268, and 266?
Those are actual cast-off stains.
Okay. And what does that mean?
That is where an item that is contaminated with blood is swung or moved, and the blood is being swung or flung off that item due to its movement. Not at all surprised to see those, knowing that both children had bleeding injuries and had been removed from the bedroom. And so those cast off stains were exactly where I would have anticipated they might have been. So there was nothing that I found inconsistent with the activity of removing them from the room.
Okay, so it'd be consistent if, say, had him in the arms and then moved around like this and some of the blood that's maybe started to drip, just kind of gets thrown to the side and lands on that stuff.
Correct.
All right. And on the stairs, similarly, what you're notating here, or what are you looking at?
On the stairwell walls, you had a couple transfer stains, and you also had passive drip stains coming down the stairwell. Once again, very consistent with the action of the children being removed from the beds, being removed from the bedroom, and being taken down the stairs, and then being removed from the residence out the front door. Now, it may seem like that's obvious, but I have to be respectful of the fact that if there's bloodstains and patterns there that can be analyzed, I need to do that. So what I'm also showing is that the actions that I saw by first responders in removing Jayla was consistent with the blood that I saw there. There's nothing here that I found to be inconsistent with what the scene was already telling me.
All right. And then finally, I believe this may be your SLB 218 and 231. What are we seeing here?
There are some passive drip stains on the floor by the edge of the couch. There's also a transfer stain on the floor. There's transfer stain on the couch. Once again, I originally observed body worn video showing adult Mr. Bass holding the child, Jermaine Bass, in that proximity of the couch. So once again, none of those stains to me were inconsistent or caused alarm for me, was consistent with what I had seen on body worn camera and the other dynamics of the scene. But once again, they needed to be identified and recognized for the analysis.
All right, I believe that's it.
Okay, come on, defense. Defense, I need you to ask the questions that I need answers to. Why didn't the DNA expert testify that it was a mixture of both the kids' blood? That still don't answer my questions that it was him. Like I'm still waiting for the how did you come to the conclusion it was definitely him and nobody else?
Okay. All right, if I could have one moment, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Cox, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cox. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
We're on defense.
All right. So you were hired by the state of Florida in this case,
I was.
and specifically Mr. Terry, who works for the state attorney's office.
Yes, he was the one that contacted me.
Okay. And how much do you know, as of today's date, how much has the state attorney's office in the 13th Circuit paid you?
May I double check?
Yes.
$760.
Now,
Wow.
when we took your deposition, they had paid at that point $760. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So since that time, you gave a deposition.
That's correct.
Okay. And that bill had to go to my office, even though it's you're a state witness.
Correct.
All right. And you would have had depot prep.
I did.
Okay. You're being paid for your testimony today by the state of Florida.
I'm being paid for my time.
Your time. Prep for your testimony with Mr. Terry. He even said that y'all had met and looked at the PowerPoint, so you get paid for that time.
Yes.
You also are going to get paid for the PowerPoint that you put together that we just reviewed with Mr. Terry, correct?
For the time that it took me to put it together, yes.
Okay. So then, since it was already $760 before we took the depo, it's going to be above that at this point, correct?
Yes.
All right. And now the opinions that you have testified here today, those are your opinions and your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you cannot tell this jury who pulled that trigger, correct?
I cannot.
All right. Just a little bit about the work that you do. Your percentage in terms of working for the police officers, their offices, the state of Florida versus the defense. Give me an idea what the percentage or breakdown would be of how much you do for, say, state attorneys' offices and police agencies versus a defense hiring you.
I would say it's about 70% state or law enforcement and about 30% defense.
Okay. So 70% of your work are police agencies, law enforcement, and state attorney's office, such as Mr. Terry's office.
I do get contacted by the state frequently, yes.
Okay, 70%.
Approximately.
That's okay. Yeah. All right. Now, based on the findings, you cannot say Mr. Bass discharged the firearm, correct?
I have no opinion on who actually pulled the trigger.
Okay. You cannot say whether the son pulled the trigger at any point. You cannot say Jayla pulled the trigger. You cannot say Shirley Bass
Let's
pulled the
go.
trigger. You
Let's
can't
go.
tell us who pulled the trigger.
I cannot.
Let's go.
Now, you are aware of the fact, and I think you just testified to it, that EMS brings Jayla down the stairs and out the front door.
Yes, I observed that.
Right. Okay. And that's on body cam, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then you're aware from people telling you that Mr. Bass had brought his son down the stairs and over to the couch, because the coming down the stairs is not on the body cam, correct?
No, I observe the young son on the father's lap. That's the first time I see the son.
Okay. And you were advised he would have taken him down that staircase.
I cannot exclude that. That would be the most probable.
All right. Well, somehow he got from the top floor down.
I agree.
Okay. All right. And in terms of the staircase, there's nothing inconsistent with the fact that either child was carried, lifted, and moved down the staircase.
Oh, no, the blood's all very consistent with that.
And also consistent with the fact that Mr. Bass would be over on the couch holding his son, as you saw in the body cams.
Yes, the blood that I saw outside the bedroom was consistent with that. Yes.
All right. Now, you also have no opinion on which child may have been shot first, correct?
That's correct.
Right. Now, I want to just talk to you a little bit more. Mr. Terry, I thought, was making a comment and had asked you about that both children's heads are together. And I might have misunderstood what he said. You're not testifying that these two, Miss Bass and Jermaine Bass, the son, that their heads are together when they're shot, correct?
Their heads are in the northwest corner.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify. So you're not saying head, they're together, they're right next to each other. You're not saying that.
I'm just saying they're in the northwest corner.
Okay. And in fact, you cannot give an exact position of Jayla Bass, correct?
I can give you the approximate location of her head, but the rest of her body, I can't, except for what I observed on body cam.
Okay. So let me ask you the question again. You cannot give us an exact position of the children and where they are, correct?
Their heads are in the northwest corner when the gunshots are inflicted.
Jayla's head was in close proximity to the northwest corner and north railing, correct?
Yes.
That is your opinion.
That is the northwest corner, yes.
Okay. And again, that is her head being in close proximity to that corner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in deposition that you cannot give an exact position of the children?
Can you tell me exactly what page you're talking
Yes.
about?
Let's go, defense.
Give me one moment, Ms. Cox. Ms. Cox, if you could refer to your deposition taken in late December of last year, bottom of page 24. Just go ahead and look at it to yourself. You might want to read a couple questions about that.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, do you see that? All right. Now, in fact, when I asked you the question, do you have an opinion, Ms. Cox, as to where Jayla Bass was at the time she sustained her injuries? The first thing out of your mouth, I can't give you an exact position. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And then you went on, I can give you the proximity of her head because that's where her bloodletting injuries were. So her head was close proximity to the northwest corner, in close proximity to the north railing, which would be the railing or the frame that's against the wall. That was your answer to my question in December of last year, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you see where I'm getting at is I was asking you, you cannot give us an exact position of the children, but you can only tell us that Jayla's head was in close proximity to that northwest wall and frame.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That will be the same with Jermaine the child as well, will it not? That all you can tell us is that his head and possibly his right hand was in proximity to the northwest corner, correct?
Yes.
All right. So certainly you also cannot give us an exact position of Jermaine Bass child.
I can just tell you that his head and hand were in the northwest corner, in proximity to the northwest corner.
Close proximity to the northwest corner.
Yes, because
Right.
all the blood is in the northwest corner.
Okay. So you agree with me on all that, right? Can't give the exact position. The best you can do is give the opinion you've gave here today. Right?
I can give you the exact location of where the blood impact spatter is, and it's in the northwest corner.
No, you've already testified to that. We've already looked at the spatter. And the spatter's a mixture.
Correct.
Right, okay. My question to you was, and I believe you've answered it, is you cannot give us an exact position of those children on that top bunk.
I can tell you that their heads were in proximity to the northwest corner because all the blood is on the northwest corner.
So
That is
that-
related to the gunshot wounds.
Okay. I'll ask you again. You cannot give us an exact position of where those children were. Correct?
I cannot give you the exact position. I can just tell you that where the blood is and where their heads would have been in order for the blood to have gotten in the northwest corner. They have to be in proximity to it.
Proximity, exactly. All right. Now, Jayla, there could have been some movement concerning Jayla, or possibly some movement prior to her coming to rest in the position that you saw her in the body cam, correct?
Very minimal amount of movement, if there was any.
Yeah, and you can't really tell us or help us with that. In fact, in the depot, you deferred us to the medical examiner in terms of Jayla's movement, correct?
Her capabilities of movement, not whether there was significant movement by her, but whether she could have moved on her own.
Okay. Now, you saw, of course, on the body cam that comforter was moved over to the east end of the top of the bunk bed, right?
Yes, it was originally partially on her legs.
Okay. And it is your opinion that Miss Jayla Bass, had laid in the position that she was seen in for a period of time, correct?
Yes,
And that was the area with the coagulation of the blood and the large staining.
the saturation and the dripping downward onto the bottom bunk, yes.
And it's your opinion that Mr. Jermaine Bass, the son, had moved from the west end of the bed over to the ladder, and he could have moved there or somebody could have moved him to that area, correct?
Correct.
So basically, Jermaine Bass, the son, his head is in close proximity, and maybe his hand, to the northwest corner. He's then coming to the west middle area of the bed and then moved, and again, either himself or someone else, down the ladder, correct?
That's consistent, yes.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you about the possible biological material that was on the comforter, correct?
That was on the Star Wars Mandalorian comforter.
And we were seeing when Mr. Terry had the PowerPoint up, I believe that's photographs for trial. Just want to briefly ask you about that. See if that one, is that one helpful there?
Yes, that's a good one.
All right. Now, who did these yellow markings and marked them 5 and 6?
That was done by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office crime scene technician.
Okay. And had you gone, in fact, to the sheriff's department to look at the comforter?
No.
Oh, did they send it to you? Or-
I didn't request to see it. I didn't need to. Her documentation was very, very good, actually. So I could work off of her work.
Okay. So you didn't actually see the comforter?
I worked off the photographs that I was provided.
Okay. So you're solely working off the photographs when it comes to your opinion concerning 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, and the fact that those markers had been put there intentionally by the technician as well.
All right. And you, in fact, had asked for the DNA testing to be done on that one spot, which is 6.
Correct, adjacent to the blood, the possible tissue. That is correct.
And that was the DNA that came back to the son, Jermaine Bass?
Correct.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you that item 5 was, in fact, biological material?
I didn't ask anybody. I am basing that on my experience, both in working crime scenes, having assisted in autopsies, and been to an extraordinary amount of bloodletting events where tissue and other foreign biological material has been expelled.
Okay. Did you ever discuss this biological material area with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I've had no discussions with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And are you aware of any DNA testing for the area depicted by number 5 that you believe is possible biological material?
I requested the area around the actual projectile defect be tested because that's directly related to the shooting itself.
So you asked for the DNA testing. I think we already established that for 6. Are you aware of any DNA results of the possible biological material you believe you see in the photographs in item 5?
Based on the dynamics, I believe it is most consistent with being from Jermaine Bass.
Okay. I asked you,
Junior.
my question just was, are you aware of any DNA results from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or Pure Gold Forensics of DNA results that tell you who number 5 belongs to?
I didn't request it.
And you're not aware of any, correct?
I didn't request any, and I haven't been provided any.
Okay. Because you have the results from FTLE and Pure Gold Forensics.
Yes, I have those reports. I do.
All right. And then you indicated in terms of the comforter, let's pull up, let's see. Nope, it's my mouse. That's why it's not working. All right, back to this photo. And for the record, a minute ago, I was at SLB. What does SLB mean, Ms. Cox?
That is, I believe it is the initials of the forensic tech who took the photographs. That's considered to be a digital identifier because there were multiple people that took photos, and that just allows people who come and do a case file review to understand who took what photos.
And for the record, a minute ago when we were discussing the 5 and 6 areas labeled by Ms. Fader, that is identified in the PowerPoint by SLB 0022 and SLB 0023 or slide 15. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just documenting, make sure we know what we're talking about. All right. And then it looks like I am at slide number 12. It looks like we have photographs from Ms. Bader again, 0113 and 0376. Now, you said something about you believe it is more consistent that the comforter had been, as you saw in the body cam, on the northwest end of the bed and had been moved over to the northeast corner, correct?
That's what's most consistent, yes.
Okay. And in fact, we see some of that right on the body cam, do we not?
That is correct.
Okay. So is it your testimony that any blood that's on the east end, which we have on the railing, we have on the wall, and we have on the mattress itself, any blood I see came specifically from that comforter? Is that your testimony?
The deposition of those transfer stains is most consistent with coming from the movement of the comforter to that area, being deposited by the wet blood on the comforter on the areas that it came into contact during movement. Yes.
Okay. You're talking about transfer stains. Which ones are you speaking of?
There, if you look at the second photo that ends in, okay, so there's a transfer stain. If you go to the corner right there, that's a transfer stain. And you can see it's in proximity to wet blood on the comforter.
Mhm.
If you go to the actual east wall,
Over
you
here?
can see a transfer that's actually right above the wet corner of the comforter there. So those are some of the scene-specific variables that is consistent based in proximity of the evidence to each other.
Okay. And you say consistent, so you can't say for sure, but that's most consistent to you.
Correct.
Right. Also on that same frame, PowerPoint 12, I am taking my mouse here to some blood staining here, and there's some blood on the railing, and that is to the west of the comforter or the left of the comforter. Do you have an opinion as to how any of that blood was deposited?
Yes, that would also.
Why do you keep on calling it a comforter? It's a comforter, lady. Comforter. Drive me crazy.
Be consistent with most consistent with coming from the comforter because as you proceed further to the left, that's where Jayla Bass's lower body was. So that was actually documented in the body cam that comforter was over in that particular area. And there's no blood source in that area to cause the contamination that I see on the comforter, which would just once again indicate that the comforter was further west, came to rest on Jayla Bass's leg, caused the deposition on the wall, moved down to the east end, caused the deposition on the walls. So that's actually the progression that the blood is telling me.
That comforter, as it's being moved, it's leaving these clues for you across the bed.
It's leaving blood deposition in some of the areas making contact with.
Okay. So in SLB 0113, this area of blood down here, and my mouse is towards the middle bottom portion. Is it your opinion that that's from the comforter?
It is consistent with coming possibly from the movement of the sun from the bed. If the comforter came into contact with that area briefly, I can't exclude it. But based on the dynamics of the transfer patterns on the south side of the railing, the interior side of the railing, and the proximity of that to the railing, it's a progression also more consistent with the sun being moved or being removed from the bed.
Right. But we don't know specifically, say, for example, that blood stain that I'm highlighting again, 0113 towards the bottom middle, we don't know whose blood that actually is, correct?
That particular stain, no, but blood in proximity to it came back to being the little boy.
Right. Proximity, do you mean the one on the comforter?
No, the comforter and the railing.
Okay. All right. Well, we're looking at the east end of the bed, are we not at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say the boy's blood, are you speaking of further down on the west end by the pillow, say, for example? Being the boys.
No, I'm talking about the testing on the railing. There was, I want to say, was it L, M, and O?
Yes.
Oh, no, not O, N, L, M, and N?
LMN.
Okay. I think it was those three that were tested and that proximity of the railing and the ladder.
Okay. And in fact, the railing and I'm just pointing to SLB 0376. We're looking at the comforter. If I was to go down from there, that's where the ladder is, right?
Yes,
There
it's
you
like
go.
right here.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to the jury. All right. In terms of this blood then over here, 0113, same slide, you cannot definitively sit here and tell us who this areas of blood belong to, correct?
It's consistent with being distributed by the comforter, and the testing that was done identified Jermaine Bass. Also, the blood associated that I've spoken to about Jayla and her position when I observed her, she didn't have blood on her lower body, and there was no blood on her person or any indication that she had been flipped over, like her head was down at that end of the bed and then she moved over. So based on those dynamics, it would be more consistent with that deposition coming from the comforter. And the area that I had tested came back to being the son's.
Okay. Is it your, okay, wait. So your testimony is SLB 0113. I'm looking right where the mouse is. It's some areas of blood there. It's on the back of the railing and is where the mouse is, correct?
Mhm.
All right. And again, for the record, to the west, I guess, or to the left of the comforter. So your testimony, that was tested and came back as the son's?
It was not tested, but based on the scene specific variables, there are some opinions that I can consider to be most likely based on the scene photographs and the blood analysis that I've done. And there was not significant movement of Jayla Bass. So I can put Jayla Bass in that general area up there in the northwest corner. I have no indications that she moved. Plus all the blood that's on her at the scene is on her head and her upper body, which is nowhere near that.
I'll ask you the question again. You cannot tell us whose blood that is, correct?
I can tell you who's most likely based on my analysis, but I did not have that DNA tested. I am basing that on my analysis and conclusions and the dynamics of this scene that I've discussed thus far.
Okay, that was that area right there where the mouse still remains. 0113 was not tested, correct?
I didn't request it to be tested. I don't have any reports that it was.
Right, okay. Let's see, States 22RR. I'm not sure if this picture does not look like, it's not in the PowerPoint, so I'm going to show you that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, and this is the comforter marked by evidence marker 11, is that correct?
I don't see it.
Oh, ooh, how do we switch back now? So I'm going to go away from the PowerPoint at this point. Can I shut that off?
No, just leave it over there.
There we go. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cox. All right. So I have here, again, just for the record, 22RR. And this is the Mandalorian comforter marked by a evidence marker 11. Is that correct?
Yes, that's much further on in the documentation.
Okay.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you then, would you agree with me that what I see in this picture, the Mandalorian blanket is not in the same position as what we just looked at in the PowerPoint?
No, this is further along in the documentation after they've removed casings, and they're just documenting that they're moving these particular items.
So what do you, well, first of all, you weren't there, so you don't know what they did, right? You weren't there.
They did it sequentially in their photographs, so I'm able to follow exactly what they were doing.
Okay, so you're assuming that's what they did, correct?
Well, if you showed me the previous photographs, you would see the progression of how they're moving items. So that the photographs told me that was the progression.
Photographs told you that. All right. So are you saying then that the comforter was first in the northwest corner, somehow then it's moved to what we see in the picture, then it's moved again to what we saw in the PowerPoint?
No, the PowerPoint is first.
Okay.
This is later.
Gotcha.
If you have the identifiers, the numbers actually identify the progression for you. So that's one of the ways to show the progression. And looking at the photographs, you know, as you keep moving further and further along, so this is very customary that as you're moving things, you document for this exact purpose, so there is no confusion about sequencing.
Yeah. So it's the ones we saw in the PowerPoint first, I'm not counting the northwest wall, and then this progression.
That's correct.
And we're seeing this photo. Okay. The blood that we see in this area where the comforter is not touching, you do not know whose blood that is, correct?
No, that area was actually under the comforter until it's moved. So it is consistent with deposition from part of the bloody area of the comforter, because there was multiple saturation stains on this comforter.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because there's photographs of both sides of the comforter taken back at the actual crime scene unit.
Okay. So is your testimony then that what we're looking at in this photo marked by evidence marker 11, that the comforter was on top of this area of blood?
The comforter, when it was documented in the photographs that I showed, that is where it was upon the arrival of the crime scene unit. And in body cam video, you can actually physically see them moving it down to that area. So yes, that particular area was originally covered by the comforter when the crime scene unit arrived.
Okay, so I'll be able to see that on body cam if I watch the body cam again?
If you watch The one where they first were, I can tell you which one
Yeah,
it is
sure.
actually, because I have it written here. It's the body cam that is designated by X as an X-ray, 60A is an alpha, 0139 is in kilo. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes long and 17 seconds. That is the first responder when he goes into the room and he makes contact with the Jermaine Bass, and you can actually see him get up on the lower bunk, and he gets up and he moves. You see him move his right hand, and then you see him move Jayla towards him. I believe it's also in his report that he indicates he moved the comforter. So there's two forms of documentation of that.
Okay. Do you remember the name of that officer that moved that comforter to that position?
I only have I use, when I do my reports, I use the actual time stamp from the actual body cam, because that is a actual stamp that's part of the actual physical tangible evidence when I do my report. So that's why I refer to it that way.
In terms of any testing towards the middle of the top bunk or to the eastern corner, none of that, like where we're seeing the comforter right now and any blood underneath it, none of that is actually tested though, correct?
I didn't request any of it to be tested, and I don't have any reports of it being tested.
As the same as when it's going further down onto the eastern corner where we looked at in the PowerPoint, same thing again, no testing on any of that blood except the comforter part that you asked for.
Well, on the east end, the ladder's on the east end. So there was testing done on the south rail at the east end, but these stains here, I didn't request any testing and I didn't receive any reports of testing.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking just about the mattress.
Oh,
itself.
okay.
That's all right. Take that off it. Now, are you aware, in fact, that there had been some photographs taken of the interior portion of the front door?
I saw those photographs, yes.
Okay. You were not able to make any determination from those photographs, correct? It was limited, so you weren't able to do anything, correct?
I observed there's a distance, a mid-range, and a close-up photo, but there wasn't the deliberate identification with a scale. So I didn't analyze it because it wasn't identified as or tested with phenolphthalein. So
okay, that's how you got it. That other stuff would have been done before you see the photographs in your work.
correct.
Okay. Now, you have no opinion where the location of the firearm is when it is discharged, correct?
The actual physical location of the firearm, no.
No? Okay. All right, and then finally, I just want to go back to the spatter mixture that we know contains the mixture of the two children, labeled P, the one on the back wall.
Okay.
Right above the bunk bed. You know what I'm speaking of,
I
right?
do.
Oh, here we go. Just so we make sure there's no issue. Here is State's Exhibit 22 RRR. We are speaking and agreeing that this is P over here, green scale marker P, and this is the area you're speaking of, correct?
That's the area that was identified as the area that was tested, but that's not all of the impact spatter in that northwest corner.
Okay.
The impact spatter is also on the north railing, the actual physical corner, and on the west railing.
Okay.
So the actual spatter encompasses how it's. May I stand?
Yeah.
It's
I'll zoom it in for you a little bit. Does that help?
You have all this spatter here, but you can also see the spatters all here. It's on this back wall. It's all here. It's around here, and then it's
So most of this is Jayla's blood.
this is the northwest corner, and you can see that this
And the
spatter
pill is
encompasses
probably
this
more
particular
of the
area,
sides.
as well as it rises up in a conical formation over in this particular area.
Going
So
out a lot.
this area right here, the northwest corner is where the impact spatter is.
And you're taking, just for the record, you're taking your hand. We have the northwest corner where we have the large area of coagulated blood. You're taking your hand and going around above it and onto green scale marker E.
Yes, and so the impact spatter is also in proximity to this damage defect that was identified and the trajectory rod. So this particular area, so it's this northwest corner is where the spatter is.
Wall and the railing is discussed.
Correct.
Okay. Do you happen to know where the exact droplet was of blood that was tested or swabbed by CSI Bader?
No, it was identified as area P, so it's going to be that particular area.
What did you take that to mean? Which part of this that you've talked about, since it's on the frame and it's near damage B, what did you take it as?
That it's the swabbing was taken in proximity to scale P, as that is customary, but Ms. Bader would be better to answer the exact location.
Okay, so you don't know the exact location, correct?
Just that it was in proximity to scale P, because that's how it was identified.
Okay, So now you're not testifying, are you, that that area right there is the only spot that this gun was fired? You're not saying that, right?
I don't have an opinion as to where the gun was when it was fired. I have an opinion as to where the children's heads were when they received the injuries, which was in proximity to that northwest corner because the impact spatter is in the northwest corner.
Which we've already talked about the proximity and all that. Right?
Correct.
Now, a gunshot wound does not always leave impact spatter, correct?
There have been situations where the scene-specific variables have prohibited it based on each scene is going to be different.
Okay. So typically, does a gunshot wound, maybe one that doesn't even have an exit, that's going to leave spatter somewhere?
Are you asking me? I prefer just to give you the opinions regarding this particular case in this situation of which the gunshot injuries did produce impact spatter in this particular case.
And we've discussed that. But certainly, just because you see impact spatter, that does not limit shots to right there, correct?
In this particular case, the impact spatter is in the northwest corner. That would indicate the location of the injuries was in the northwest corner, proximity to the northwest corner. Very consistent with all the other evidence I reviewed and all the other bloodstains and patterns. So in this particular case, it would appear as though those were where the actual injuries were inflicted, and that's where the children laid as their injuries bled freely.
It will appear as if. Is that the term
Yes.
you just used?
Most consistent with, yes.
Okay. Do you have any kind of percentage, you think, when you have a gunshot wound of just any type of person? How many are going to leave impact spatter on something?
There's been a lot of studies, but those are done in sterile environments, so they're not relevant
It's usually when
to
they exit,
individual
right?
case work. What I can do is provide you the opinion based on the evidence that I did observe in this case, which is I do have impact spatter.
I have a question. So she brought up, the defense attorney brought up a good point. I do have a question. So when you get a gunshot wound, I thought most of the blood spatter or most of what you're gonna get is if it exits the body. You're not gonna get too much if it just enters and no exit, unless you're bleeding from the one side. That was a good question.
And I do have multiple gunshot injuries to the children's head and heads. So that produced
No, it's 3 shots to one child, 1 shot to the other.
impact spatter. That's the opinion that I have for this particular case.
Okay. May I have a moment? Thank you. Ms. Cox, thank you so much. We don't have any further questions.
Anything else?
Hang on.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think go on break.
Yes.
Sure.
All right. Thank you. Take a quick break. All right, so take a quick break. All rise. Be seated. Call your next witness.
State to call Dr. Noah Riley.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about
Don't be doing that.
to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
The medical examiner. Okay, I really need this testimony, but I also need the doctor that was at the hospital or whatever that worked on the son. I need that person too. I need to know if his shot was through and through, or was it just an entry wound, not an exit wound? Was it a graze? Also, what about the hand? I got questions.
Good afternoon. Hello. And you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
I'm Dr. Noah Riley, Noahreilly.
Thank you. Doctor, how are you employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner for the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is an associate medical examiner for the jurors?
I am a forensic pathologist who is trained to perform autopsies that fall under the state of Florida jurisprudence.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
2.5 years.
This is the
And prior to employment with
one
the
of the
Hillsborough County Medical Examiner,
testimonies
did
I
you work
need.
anywhere else as a medical examiner?
I was in training in Houston, Texas.
All right. And so tell me a little bit about that. Well, first of all, what is your specific title with the medical examiner's office?
Associate medical examiner.
Okay. And what are your duties as an associate medical examiner?
I perform autopsies.
Okay. Generally, that's pretty much it. And
Yeah.
yes. What sort of training and education have you had in order to become a medical examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science in microbiology from Arizona State University. I have a doctorate of osteopathic medicine from Western University of Health Sciences. I did an internship year in pathology at the Louisiana State University of New Orleans. I then did three years of anatomical and clinical pathology at the University of Texas at Houston. I followed that up with a 1-year fellowship in cardiovascular pathology, and finally a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
All right. Now, you mentioned part of your duties as a medical examiner, you could conduct autopsy. Approximately how many autopsies would you say you have conducted in your career?
A little over 750.
Okay. And do you have continuing legal education that you continue to do as you continue your work as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert?
Yes.
Court? Approximately how many times?
3.
All right. Now, any questions? Okay, I'm sorry. Now, were you involved in the autopsy of Jayla Bass in this case?
Yes, I was the supervising attending physician.
Okay, explain to the jury what that means as the supervising attending physician.
So we have a fellowship program at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office where we train physicians that have graduated and are now subspecializing in forensic pathology.
All right. And Judge, if I may have 1 second, just. So as a supervisor, were you present at the time this autopsy was conducted?
Yes.
Who actually did the actual cutting, the autopsy itself?
Dr. Paul McGowan?
All right. But as supervisor, you were present at all times?
Yes.
Where's Dr. McGowan now?
I believe he is in Arkansas teaching.
Okay. So you were present, you observed, were you, as a supervisor, did you make sure that he was doing everything correctly?
Yes, I aided him in and educated him in the entering exit wounds and other findings.
Okay. And did you review his report?
Yes.
And were you in fact the person who was in charge of approving his report?
Yes.
Okay. Now explain to the jury how an autopsy generally works.
So an autopsy is a surgical procedure of a dead body. We first start with an external examination where we look at the skin and see if we can see any natural disease or evidence of trauma. After that is documented, we open up the body and we remove the organs and look for any natural disease and trauma. And as we're doing this procedure, we're also taking samples of blood and other tissues for toxicological analysis. And then after that, we write the report and establish the cause and manner of death.
And do you take photographs along the way as you do these autopsies?
Yes.
And that's just to document for future potential need down the road?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna break. I'm so glad they don't.
When you
do it.
made your initial examination of Jayla Bass, what were you able to visually observe about the body from your initial reviews and when you first saw her?
She was a 5-year-old child with gunshot wounds to the head.
All right. And it was very clear to you that they were gunshot wounds to her head?
Yes.
And in the course of conducting autopsies, I'm assuming you conducted many autopsies with gunshot wounds?
Yes.
All right. How many gunshot wounds were you able to visually observe when you first were doing the initial observation of her body?
She has 3 gunshot wounds.
Okay. Where were these gunshot wounds located?
One gunshot wound was on the left side of her head. One was just above and in between the eyebrows, and another was just beneath her left eye.
All right. Now, when you are looking at these wounds, do you clean them up?
Yes, with gunshot wounds, we take photographs as is to see if there is any soot that's present on the body that would be washed away once we clean the wounds. Once we document anything like that, we clean the wounds and then take photographs as well.
Okay. And we'll get back to that soot in a moment here. But when you start doing these, do you document each wound as you go through them?
Yes.
Now, of these 3 gunshot wounds, were you able to find exit wounds to any of these gunshot wounds?
Yes, the one in between the eyebrows and the other that was on the left side of the scalp.
Okay, and they each had a corresponding exit wound.
Yes,
And so those are called. What are those called when the bullet goes into the body and then also exits the body?
a perforating gunshot.
Okay, and one of the wounds you found the bullet inside the body, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then what is that one called?
That is a penetrating gunshot wound.
Now, how do you label these particular wounds so that we can kind of explain them to the jury about where they were located and how they occurred?
Yeah, so we took pictures. He decided to use letters to designate the wounds, both the entrances and the exits. And then after that, we took those and we put it all together and described them as gunshot A, gunshot wound B, gunshot wound C.
Okay. Let's start with gunshot wound A that he described in here. I have in front of me what's previously been introduced into evidence. It states 23H, A through J. Gunshot wound A, where did this gunshot wound enter the body?
The left side of the head.
Okay. And would photographs help you in describing these wounds to the jury?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 23A.
Oh, that poor baby.
This is, in fact, the gunshot wound that you just described to the temple of the body, of the head.
Yes.
All right. Now, this wound at this point in time looks like it's been, like the hair around it has been shaved. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you would describe this as an entrance wound?
Yes.
All right. Prior to shaving it, is this the appearance of that same wound at that time?
Yes.
All right. And that's how you saw it, because you just indicated you take pictures of the wound before you shave it and then after, correct?
Correct.
And this would be before. This is how it looked when you first observed it.
Yes.
All right. I'm sorry, that is exhibit number 23B. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Going back, we'll go back to 23A now. Was there any evidence, and actually, let me go back to 23B. Was there any evidence that this was a close range shot?
No.
Okay. Explain to the jury how you determine when there is a close range shot.
We look for the presence of soot or gunpowder stippling.
Okay. So when a bullet is fired from a gun, what happens to the bullet in the stippling?
So the gun will take a hammer and hit a primer in the casing of the gun in the bullet, and that primer will ignite the gunpowder within the casing. That will cause a expansion of super hot gas that propels the bullet, the actual lead core of the bullet, out of the barrel and out of the muzzle.
Okay. And with that bullet, what else comes out with it?
So all of the gunshot particles, the gunpowder, will either burn or be unburned when they expel out of the gun.
How far, when a gun is fired, would you expect to see soot or stippling on an individual?
It's variable, depending on the handgun and the ammunition used. Some bullets have more gunpowder than another. Say like a Magnum has more gunpowder than a regular bullet. So soot would be seen usually around up to 6 inches, and then it kind of, goes off, and you can't really detect it after like a foot. While gunpowder stippling is the unburnt gunpowder that slaps against the skin. That usually you'll start to see around 2 inches, and then upwards to about 2 to 3 feet.
Okay. And you found no soot or stippling on this particular one?
Correct.
So the gun, and would you agree, Doctor, that the gun was most likely more than 2 feet away from this one?
Yes, or there was some intermediary object that prevented the deposition of soot or the stippling.
Okay, correct. But if there was nothing in the way, the gun would most likely be at least 2 feet away.
At least.
Since there was no stippling.
Yeah.
Okay, so describe this injury to the jury on what this particular bullet did, its path of travel, and if there was a corresponding exit wound.
So it enters the left scalp, just the.
Okay, that still doesn't answer my question. It don't answer my question. I mean, if it was far away, how can you prove that it was him? I still don't know. Hopefully they answer that.
Above and in front of the left ear. It then perforates the skull and enters the cranium. It perforates the brain, perforates the skull again, and then exits out the back of her head on the left side.
All right. What was the path of travel of this particular gunshot wound as it entered into her head?
So this was from left to right front to back and upward.
So can you kind of show like on your head, like how it would be like?
So like that. So left to right.
Okay. And then slightly downward
Upward.
or upward. I'm sorry. Yes, upward. Now you can't say what the positioning of her head was when she received this wound. You can just describe that was the path of travel of the wound in relation to her head.
Correct. I can only tell you the direction of the track that the bullet made through the body. I cannot tell you the position of the shooter or the position of the child in this case.
And you document, or do you document when the exit wound in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be, I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 23C, would that be marker B? Would that be where the a bullet exited her head?
Yes.
So there was no projectile recovered with this particular injury?
No.
Was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
Would it have been immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
Meaning she wouldn't have been able to get up and move around after a shot like this?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. Now, going to gunshot wound B, and I know that that's how you labeled them A, B, and C, correct?
Yeah.
But your actual labels that you have placed on the, as far as for the pictures, don't necessarily correspond to that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 23D. Is that in fact the marker that's labeled C? Is that in fact gunshot wound B?
Correct. The C is the entry wound for gunshot wound B.
Okay. And describe, if you could, well, first of all, to this wound, was there any evidence of any soot or stippling?
No.
So there was no evidence that this was a close range shot.
Correct.
All right. Describe this wound to the jury.
So this is a entry wound. It's a round punched out defect with a abrasion on the lower left side of it with no soot or stippling present.
Okay. Where does it travel within the body?
It travels from left to right, front to back, and upward.
Okay. And where does it go through within inside the body? Does it go through any particular organs or anything like that?
It has a similar pathway as gunshot wound A, where it perforates the skull, perforates the brain, and then exits. But this time it's on the right side of the temporal scalp, so around the ear, the right ear.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23E. Let's put it this way. Would this be the exit wound to that gunshot wound?
Correct. This is the exit wound for gunshot wound B.
All right. And was this wound was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
And would it also have been immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
And again, since this is an exit wound, I'm assuming no projectile was recovered from this wound.
Correct.
So we've discussed two of the wounds. Now let's talk about gunshot wound C. Where was the entrance for this wound?
The entrance wound for gunshot wound C is just below her left eye, left cheek.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 23F. Which one is gunshot wound C?
So in the picture labeled E, that's the entrance of gunshot wound C.
All right. And in fact, in this particular photograph, gunshot wound, or I'm sorry, 23F, we actually can see the other two wounds, correct?
Yes.
All right. But right now we're talking about gunshot wound C, which is labeled E in State's Exhibit 23F, correct?
Yes.
All right. Describe this wound. Well, first of all, was there any evidence of any close range firing?
No.
There was no soot or no stippling located around this wound.
Correct.
Right. Describe this wound to the jury.
It's another classic entry wound, round punched out defect with a margin of abrasion that you see. It's more towards her nose.
What was the direction and path of travel of the bullet in this particular case?
This one goes from left to right, front to back, and downward.
All right. And where does it go through? Does it go through any organs or anything like that?
Yeah, it perforates her left maxillary bone, and then it goes through her mouth, down through her neck, where it perforates the left carotid artery and the left jugular vein. It then perforates the 7th cervical vertebra, so right at the base of her neck, and then perforates the spinal cord at that level, and then embeds in it.
And again, as with the other wounds, was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
And was this wound as well immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
And when you say it severs the spinal cord, would that have made it impossible for her to move after receiving this wound?
Yeah, she would be paralyzed from the lower neck downwards.
Now, you're not able to tell us the order that these wounds were received. Would that be right?
Correct.
And you also can't tell us if her head was moving or any time when she was receiving these particular wounds.
No, I cannot.
And I forget if I asked, but just forgive me if I asked. Was there any evidence of any soot or stippling on this one?
There was no sort of stippling.
All right, I couldn't remember if I'd asked that or not. And was there an exit wound associated with this particular shot?
No, the bullet was recovered within her spinal canal.
All right, and did you or were you present when Dr. McGowan recovered the projectile?
Yes.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 23G. Is this in fact the projectile that was recovered from the inside of Jayla Bass?
Yes.
And 23H, this is just another angle of it, correct?
Yes.
23I, similarly. And then in 23J, what are we looking at in this particular picture?
These are also fragments of the bullet.
Explain to the jury what fragments, what does that mean?
Basically broken off bits of the bullet core that came off while it was traveling through the body.
Okay, so you recover anything foreign to the body and take it out?
Yeah, we tried to remove all pieces of metal, bullets, that kind of thing from the body.
Do you remember where these fragments were located along the path of travel?
Somewhere in the wound path, I don't recall.
Okay, but it was along the wound path?
Yes.
All right. These projectiles and fragments, when they're recovered from the body, what do you do with them?
We photograph them, we place them into a envelope and secure it with evidence tape, and then put our signature and the date.
And are they eventually given to the sheriff's office?
Yes, they're submitted as evidence.
So in your opinion, doctor, what was the cause of death for Jayla Bass?
Gunshot wounds of the head into the neck with perforation of the skull, brain, and spinal cord.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Judge will move. I will pass the witness.
Russ?
Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay, doing all right. Thank you. Do you have your report with you in case you need to look at it?
I don't, actually. I left it.
Okay. Well, if we need it, we'll give it to you. All right. So you joined the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office in July of 22?
Yes.
So fairly soon or before this case happened in August, correct?
Yes.
And you had been doing a lot of work, though. Did you say Texas prior to that?
Yeah, I was doing my fellowship training in forensic pathology in Houston, Texas.
And you finished your fellowship around June 30th of 2022?
Yes.
All right. So it sounds like you had left Texas, finished all your training, and then joined the ME's office as an associate medical examiner in July of 22.
Yes.
Okay. And you have been licensed in the state of Florida since July of 2022, correct?
At least July. It may have been May.
Sure.
I have to check.
Okay. But just a month or 2 months prior to the autopsy in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you're board certified in your field?
I am board certified in forensic pathology and anatomical pathology.
And you became board certified after this case had taken place, correct?
Ooh. I'd have to look.
That's right. All right. So now you did not perform the actual autopsy. Dr. McGowan did, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you were kind of doing a supervisory role of Dr. McGowan.
Yes.
Right. During Dr. McGowan doing the autopsy in this case, you did step away from that autopsy to do other things, did you not?
Well, we have other cases going on, but we have a large morgue, and I'm always there and kind of perching over their shoulders when they're doing their work, to teach and, train and all that.
Sure. Okay. So that's a yes then to my question. You did step away from the autopsy to do other things.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, doctor, were you not doing other autopsies while this autopsy was taking place?
Yes.
All right. And the autopsy report in this case, that was in fact also authored by Dr. McGowan as well.
Yes.
Okay. Tampa General Hospital records or photographs involving Jayla Bass, did you review either one of those items?
No.
Mr. Terry just asked you about the cause and manner of death. I want to ask you, you indicated that the manner of death was labeled homicide.
Yes.
All right. There's several different, I believe there's 5 different classifications that you can put as manner of death.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you say homicide, you are not making a legal determination, correct?
Correct.
Right. Basically, when you do manner of death, it is a statistical record-keeping factor.
Yeah, it's a way to categorize the circumstances that led to the death.
Right. Statistical record-keeping.
Correct. Yeah.
Keep a category, keep a record of it.
Yeah, the state loves the stats.
The state loves stats, all right. And basically, for your definition of manner of death, homicide means just death at the hands of another?
Yes, death due to another individual.
Okay. All right. And you cannot tell us, even as you testify here today, who shot Jayla Bass?
Nope.
All right. And you're not going to be rendering, nor can you render any opinion concerning whether a child under the age of 10 could have shot a firearm. You're not here to do that.
No.
And there was something during the autopsy where there was some issue about whether GSR testing should be done or swabs of Jayla's hand. Did you speak with anybody from the sheriff's department concerning that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall anything in your file concerning Detective Holbelman speaking to your office and indicating he didn't want he didn't need any further testing? Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. So is that possible? Maybe Dr. McGowan or investigators in your office dealt with that?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. All right. Now, as you tell Mr. Terry, the 3 gunshot wounds on Miss Jayla Bass, you're not giving us any sort of sequence.
No, I can't tell you the sequence of the shots.
Just because we label A, B, and C, that is not telling us it's in that sequence.
Yeah, no sequence is implied with, it's just an easy way to, define it.
And you got to label them so we can know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
All right. Let me talk to you a little bit about stippling. You typically see stippling in an intermediate range.
Yeah, that's the definition of an intermediate range of fire.
Okay. Now you said something, you used the word variable. Stippling depends, whether you see stippling or not, depends on the firearm, the type of firearm, how much gunpowder is in the cartridge of the ammo to even determine where the range is. So there's several variables involved in that, correct?
Yes.
Good. And I think you might have used these words. I know you use the word variable, but there are numerous factors that would go into when you can see or can't see stippling, such as I said, the firearm, the gunpowder, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Basically, all you can tell this jury is that there was no evidence of close range firing.
Yes.
Now, none of those 3 were contact wounds, correct?
Correct.
Right. And is that kind of right up against the head?
A contact?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to do that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. I didn't want to do so. All right. So contact to the head.
Yes.
Okay. Indeterminate, because you have contact, intermediate, indeterminate, right?
Yes.
No, those are the classifications when you guys determine distance, and do you see stippling and do you see soot? And indeterminate just means you cannot determine based on the wound appearance what the actual distance would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, gunshot wound A, would that have been located under Miss Bass's hair on the side of her head?
Yes, it was just at the hairline.
And for you guys to adequately conduct the autopsy, is she shaved there?
Yeah, we basically take photographs of it as is when we first look at the body. And then after those pictures, we then shave so we can really get a good look at the wound.
I think we saw in both positions, did we not today?
Yes.
All right. Now, in terms of the end of the muzzle of the gun and how far the end of that muzzle may have been to Miss Bass's wound A, you cannot give us any opinion on that, correct?
Not by the appearance of the wound itself.
I want to talk to you about the track of A, and that's going to be the gunshot wound to the left side of her head.
Yes.
Okay. You said it was front to back, left to right. Did you say slightly upward?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have your report on you. May I show you a copy of your report?
Sure.
In terms of the track. All right. I just have the autopsy. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's see. We are on page 4, where it talks about number A and goes into 5. If you could look at that for me. Tell me what the autopsy report says about the track of wound A, please.
It says that the wound path is directed from front to back, left to right, and slightly downward.
Okay, so do I assume the report's in error, or is your testimony today?
The report is in error. If you look at all the measurements of the entrances and exits, it makes a lot more sense. And we also have photographs of the probes that we use to signal directionality, but I doubt you guys would allow that to be shown.
We didn't show those.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't use those. All right. So wound A, then, the gunshot wound, is in fact slightly upward, not slightly downward, as Dr. McCowan documented in the autopsy report.
Yes, the wound path is slightly upward.
Okay. All right. And in fact, would you agree with me that when you gave your deposition to us, you testified the track was front to back, left to right, and slightly downward? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So you made a mistake in the deposition as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think you've already said you cannot tell us anything about the position of the shooter, only tell us what you saw for that track.
Yeah, just the direction of the track through the body.
Right. Okay. And when we do the track through the body, are you doing it in a standard anatomical position?
Yes, where basically the body is facing you with the arms extended and the palms facing towards you.
Like this.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And most people aren't in the standard anatomical position, right?
typically.
All right. Let's go to B. B is the one that had an entrance and exit wound. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's going to be the one near the eyes.
In between the eyebrows. Yeah, gunshot wound B.
Okay. B. We're on the same page. All right. What was the track of B?
Left to right, front to back, and upward.
Did you say slightly upward on your testimony or upward?
You mean just now?
Yes.
I said upward.
Okay. Is it slightly or upward, or does it really matter to you?
I mean, it doesn't change my up or down. It doesn't really change my cause and manner of death. So.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you your report again in terms of gunshot wound B to see what is in Dr. McGowan's autopsy report concerning B. What is the track listed by Dr. McGowan in the medical examiner's official report?
It states that the wound path is directed from front to back, left to right, and slightly downward.
So again, we're going to have another error in the autopsy report.
Correct.
And I'm thinking, and again, doctor, when we took your deposition, and a deposition for the jury is testimony under oath, and we asked you questions about this, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you testified in that deposition, would you agree with me? You also testified under oath that it was front to back, left to right, and slightly downward.
Yes.
So that was a mistake, right?
It happens.
All right. All righty. So it looks like going on your testimony today, A and B have a similar track.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then C, that's going to be the wound to the cheek, right?
Yeah, the left cheek.
That's the one that's going to end in the spinal cord.
Correct.
All right. And that is the one in which you were able to recover a projectile and or fragments, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or do you know the caliber of the gun allegedly used in this case? Do you have any information on that?
No.
Okay. So you don't know anything about the gun that was, say, even recovered in this case?
I don't know anything about the gun.
Okay. All right. So when we were talking earlier about stippling and how there's many variables, you can't tell us any of that information, such as how that firearm excretes stippling, or the type of firearm and how that affects stippling, or how much gunpowder is in the cartridge. You can't tell us any of that.
No, I can't tell you anything about the firearm itself.
Okay. All right. Now C, that is downward, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. And front to back and left to right.
Yeah.
Okay. Did they all seem to be fairly consistent based on what you're testifying to today?
Yeah, the only difference between A, B, and C was that C was downward.
Okay. Right. And A and B upward.
Yes.
Okay. And you're not giving us any opinion on the positioning of where Ms. Bass was?
No.
And you're not giving us any opinion on the positioning of the shooter and or the firearm?
Yeah, I can.
You can't?
I
Right.
can't tell you the position of either one.
Sorry, just want to make sure I had heard you. All right. Now, basically, you are given the body, you conduct your autopsy. You're limited by what you can tell us. You tell us what you see, right?
Correct.
All right. And would you agree with me that people can move around, guns can move around, and it can affect?
Yes, people can move around.
Okay. In this case, you didn't see any evidence of any defensive wounds by Ms. Bass, correct?
No.
And any opinion, can you render any opinion about the shots being about all at the same time, or can you give any opinion on that?
I can't tell you which one was first and which one was last.
All right. And finally, I'm just going to step away and ask counsel real quick, but finally for my questions, do you remember also when we took your deposition, do you remember me asking you if there were any errors in the report, which we now know there were, and you said no? Do you remember that?
Probably sounds like something I would say, but then there were mistakes, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Let me have a moment. Dr. Riley, thank you so much. We don't have any other questions for you.
Dr. Riley, those two wounds, A and B, that were incorrectly labeled slightly upward and slightly downward, correct? Or they were?
Yeah, they were both. The corrected version is that they were going upward.
Okay. And you know that because you can physically see the entrance wound and where the exit wound is, and you can measure on the body where it is, correct?
Projection leading.
Is there a way to just determine that just by looking and measuring from the body where the wounds are, the entrance wound and exit wound is?
Yeah, and that's documented in the report.
Okay. So nothing changes from how the wounds occurred, where they went, or the range of the firing?
No.
All right. Does it change your opinion in any way, whether it was slightly upward or slightly downward, as far as what the wounds did, whether they were fatal or whether they were immediately incapacitating, or anything at all to do with the wounds?
No, it just doesn't change my opinion on the cause of death.
Nothing further.
All right, you can sit down, doctor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is he released from the subpoena?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Call your next witness.
State will call Makisha Romeo.
I guess this is going to be her family members, the mother's family members, that are going to testify. I guess they're going to testify that he was chasing them or whatnot. I don't know. We'll see what their testimony brings. But yeah, so this is going to be, I believe the cousin, I believe, and then the niece. But still, even after the Emmy, I'm still confused of the little boy's injuries. Why haven't we heard that? Where I need to know, like, was it a graze wound? Did it penetrate the skin? Penetrate his head? What about his hand? Because she said something about a hand injury. I'm so like, they're not answering my questions. Is she coming or what? What's taking so long?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Makisha Romeo, MYCESHAROMEO.
All right. Just a reminder to keep your voice up.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Romeo, if you can get your voice up and speak into the microphone so we can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Romeo, where are you currently employed?
University of South Florida,
What do you do for the University of South Florida?
Director of Human Resources,
How long have you been working for USF as a Director of Human Resources?
January of 2024.
Where do you currently live?
In Tampa,
Yes.
my actual address?
You live in Tampa?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
And who's your husband?
Richard Romeo II.
Okay. Do you know the defendant in this case, Jermaine Bass?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He was married to my sister-in-law,
Sister-in-law. Okay. And who's your sister-in-law?
Shirley Bass.
So you are married to Shirley Bass's brother?
Yes.
And what is his name again?
Richard Romeo II.
Richard Romeo II. Okay. How long have you known Shirley Bass?
Altogether, since she was 3, but
Okay.
really since 2008.
All right. And you know Mr. Bass, Jermaine Bass? How long have you known him?
Since Shirley was about 16 or 17. I don't know the exact year.
Okay. So you knew them when they got together and first became a couple?
Yes.
All right. And did you get to know, or were you at times close to them in the family?
I wouldn't say close.
Okay. But you knew them and you knew the children?
Yes.
And you knew Jayla and Jermaine?
Yes.
And would you see them at family get-togethers?
Yes.
Going back to August of 2022, specifically the night of August 29th of 2022, the night this happened, did you see Shirley Bass that day?
Yes.
Where did you see her?
At the dinner at Ruth Chris.
What was this dinner about at Ruth's Chris?
It was my older sister-in-law's birthday,
Okay. And who was that?
Marlene Gadsden.
So Shirley Bass has an older sister,
Yes.
and her name's Marlene Gadsden,
Yes.
and she's got an older brother named Richard Romeo II.
Yes.
And is that this all her siblings?
She has another older brother, Prince Romeo.
Prince Romeo. Okay. Was he there?
No.
What time? So this dinner was for Marlene. Who all went to this? Do you recall?
Marlene, Shirley, a friend of Marlene's, a friend from church, and I think another couple.
Okay. Was China Gadsden there?
Yes.
Okay. What about your husband? Was he there?
Yes.
Okay. What time did this dinner start?
I can't tell you for sure. Maybe 7:30.
Okay. Was when Shirley Bass showed up, was Jermaine Bass with her?
No.
How was Shirley's behavior that night at the dinner?
It was fine.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary with her?
No.
Was she communicative and talkative and just hanging out with everybody the same way she always did?
Yes, I saw her smile.
Okay. Anything about that night that would give you any reason to believe something was going on in Shirley Bass's home?
No.
How long do you believe you all were at that dinner?
A couple of hours.
Okay. Were you there when Shirley left?
Yes.
And did you see who she left with?
I believe she left with China. They walked out at the same time. We were still waiting for our car.
Okay. And when she left, did everything appear normal with Shirley?
Yes.
Was it in fact a nice dinner that you all had that night?
Yes.
Y'all took pictures?
Yes.
When did you find out what happened after dinner that night?
The next morning.
Okay. What did you do when you found out?
Objection, relevance? Relevance.
Legitimate reproach?
Sure.
Okay, I have a question. I thought they said that he was chasing her and all this other stuff. Well, she's not saying anything to that fact. Let's see. This little thing. No, it's pretty quick, I guess. She didn't find out anything until the night after. I mean, the morning after. How does that answer my questions is what I'm asking. Let's see if they got any word on the verdict yet.
So when you found out, did you go to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to see Jermaine Bass, JJ?
Yes.
At the hospital. What was his condition when you got there?
He was in critical condition.
Okay. Was he in fact in a coma?
Yes.
Tell me about so you knew JJ. I'm going to call him JJ just to make it clear that we're not talking about the defendant, right?
Sure.
Were you aware of JJ's relationship with Jayla?
Yes.
Did they have a very good relationship?
Yes.
Objection, relevance? Sustained.
Judge, may we approach on this?
No, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You're going to go ahead? Okay. Did they have a good relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever see them fighting?
No.
Did you ever see Jermaine angry at Jayla at any time? Or
No.
violent with her at any time?
No.
Okay. Now, since this occurrence, since this what happened on that night, have you followed up with JJ's care and know what's happening with JJ?
Yes.
Okay. How is JJ doing today?
He has some struggles, but he's recovered very well considering.
Okay. Is the bullet that was shot into him, is it still inside his head?
Yes.
They were not able to take it out?
No.
As a result of that, has that limited Jermaine's ability to do things in his day-to-day life?
Yes.
How so?
He has trouble with processing, and he has receptive and expressive language disorder. The left side of his face is paralyzed. His left ear was closed permanently because the back, I guess, from what I heard at the doctor's appointment.
Objection, hearsay? Just see what you observed.
What I observed?
Or what you've observed in
What I've observed is his left ear is closed permanently.
Okay. And you can't hear out of that left ear?
Correct.
As a result of this, is he not allowed to play like physical sports?
He cannot play tackle football.
Other than all that, though, he is still progressing and going through school normally and as any other child would.
He's below a little.
Wait,
but
I
he's
missed
moving
that. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me go
Wait a
over
moment,
it.
Aaron. What was his condition when you got there?
He was in critical condition.
Okay. Was he in fact in a coma?
Yes.
Tell me about so you knew JJ. I'm going to call him JJ just to make it clear that we're not talking about the defendant, right?
Sure.
Were you aware of JJ's relationship with Jayla?
Yes.
Did they have a very good relationship?
Yes.
Objection, relevance? Sustained.
Judge, may we approach on this?
No, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You're going to go ahead? Okay. Did they have a good relationship?
Yes.
Did you ever see them fighting?
No.
Did you ever see Jermaine angry at Jayla at any time? violent with her at any time?
That doesn't mean like he could accidentally get a hold of a gun and
Now,
shoot
since
somebody.
since
It
this
don't mean that he could have been
occurrence,
playing.
since this what happened on that night, have you followed up with JJ's care and know what's happening with JJ?
Yes.
Okay. How is JJ doing today?
He has some struggles, but he's recovered very well considering.
Okay. Is the bullet that was shot into him, is it still inside his head?
Yes.
They were not able to take it out?
No.
As a result of that, has that limited Jermaine's ability to do things in his day-to-day life?
Yes.
How so?
He has trouble with processing, and he has receptive and expressive language disorder. The left side of his face is paralyzed. His left ear was closed permanently because the back, I guess, from what I heard at the doctor's appointment.
Objection, hearsay. Just see what you observed.
What I observed.
Or what you've observed in
What I've observed is his left ear is closed permanently.
Okay. And he can't hear out of that left ear?
Correct.
As a result of this, is he not allowed to play like physical sports?
He cannot play tackle football.
Other than all that, though, he is still progressing and going through school normally and as any other child would.
He's below a little, but he's moving through.
Poor baby.
Wait a minute.
Oh, poor baby.
How about his hand? How is his hand at this point?
His finger stopped growing. They fused it, and so it stopped growing. And so when he writes, he has to take often breaks. He writes like this so that he doesn't have to lay his finger on whatever surface he's writing on.
Okay, and you did this when you just did this. You, for the record, you lifted up the pinky and you held the fingers and the thumb kind of together like you're holding something, but with the pinky still out.
Correct, because
right.
he has sensitivity issues.
And you did that with your right hand, so he's right-handed.
He's right-handed.
All right, Judge, I'll pass the witness this on.
So I wonder if if he shot the gun, if he got.
So you are married to Shirley's brother.
Correct.
And you said you've known her from the time she was 3, and then there was a time that you and your husband were not together, and then you got back together and had contact with her after that.
Correct.
So it sounds like Shirley's siblings are older than her.
Yes.
Okay. And do they have a nickname that they call her?
Princess.
And is that the reason why you were saying that you all are not typically close, is because your husband is kind of like the big brother, almost like a father figure to her?
Yes.
Okay. And she hangs out with China, right? Sometimes.
I've seen it.
Okay.
Yes.
And China is related how?
She's Marlene's daughter.
Okay. So she is technically Shirley's niece, right?
Yes.
But are they in a closer age range?
I mean, closer than me and Shirley.
Okay. Closer than your husband and Shirley and you and Shirley, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you all got together on the 29th of August for Marlene's birthday dinner.
Correct.
And that was at Ruth Chris?
Yes.
Who organized that?
I don't know.
Okay. And did you all also have a bigger family celebration the day before for Marlene's birthday?
Yes.
Okay. And that was her actual birthday, right?
No.
Her actual birthday was on the birthday dinner?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, it sounds like there were less people kind of invited to the dinner part of it.
It would seem so.
Okay. Is that what you remember during that time? That there were less people
I don't
at
remember
that
everybody
dinner?
I saw the day before.
Okay. So you said it was you, your husband, Marlene, obviously, her boyfriend, and then some other couples, China, and also Shirley was there.
Correct.
And you didn't see how Shirley left, but you believe that she rode with China because they both kind of left at the same time.
I believe so.
Okay. But you didn't see him get in a car or anything like that.
I don't recall.
And nothing unusual going on that night, celebrating, typical dinner.
Correct.
Did Shirley seem to be in any kind of distress that evening?
No.
So the next day when you find out anything happened is when you went to the hospital.
That's correct.
If I could have one moment. Yes, Your Honor. All right. Call your next witness.
State called China Gadsden.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come this way.
Okay, let's hear what she's got to say. I guess this is the niece, the one that's closest to her.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm China Gadsden, China, and my last name Gadsden, Gadsden.
And Ms. Gadsden, where are you currently living?
Tampa, Florida.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a home aide.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Jermaine Bass?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Through my aunt,
Who's your aunt?
Shirley.
Are you and Shirley close?
Yes.
Are you all kind of almost in the same age, even though she's your aunt? You all are similar age range?
Yeah, we're like 6 years apart.
And so you and your aunt would go out from time to time?
Yeah.
Would you see the defendant from time to time?
Yeah, like family events.
Okay. Do you know their children, Jayla and Jermaine?
Yes.
Do you remember the night they were shot?
Yes.
Where were you that night?
I was at home in my apartment.
Okay. Prior to being at home in your apartment, were you did you do anything else earlier in the evening?
Like that night we went out to Ruth Chris, a restaurant.
Ruth Chris, and that's over in the West Shore area, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get to Ruth Chris?
Well, my aunt Shirley, she picked me up and we drove there together
Okay. Where did she pick you up?
at my apartment
Where was your apartment back then?
on Bruce B. Downs, Lane Bears.
So you were relatively close to where she was living at the time as well?
Yes.
Okay. When she picked you up, was it just her?
Yes.
It was just the two of you in the car?
Yeah, just the two of us.
All right, you did not see Jermaine?
No,
Okay. How was she when she picked you up?
she was normal.
Okay. Did you all go straight to the restaurant?
Yes.
You say her demeanor was normal. Did she appear upset, worried, anything like that?
No, not worried, not upset.
Just seemed her normal self.
Yeah, just normal.
Okay. How was the dinner?
It was fun.
Everyone got along?
Yes.
Was Jermaine at the dinner at all?
No,
Did you ever see him come into Ruth's Chris or any time inside at Ruth's Chris?
no.
Okay. Who all was there? Do you remember?
It was my mom and then
And your
her-
mom is Marlene, correct?
Yes, Marlene. Her boyfriend, Tyson, my uncle and aunt, and then my other aunt, Shirley. And I don't know the other couple that came.
All right. What was Shirley's behavior like at dinner?
It was normal. Like we all had a good time.
All right. Did anyone overdrink too much?
No,
All right. Do you recall how much Shirley might have had to drink?
we just had like one glass and that was it.
Okay. When it came time for when the dinner was over, what did you all do?
When the dinner was over, like we left and went home.
Okay. Shirley drove in her car. What kind of car did Shirley have?
The white Mercedes Benz.
Okay. Now you said she drove you there. Who left? Who drove back?
I drove back
Why did you drive back?
because that was like a normal thing for us to do. Like if I wanted to drive, she was okay with that.
Okay.
Like we carpool together.
All right. It wasn't any particular reason. It wasn't because she was drinking too much or anything like that.
No.
You just wanted to drive back.
Yeah.
All right. As you were leaving Ruth's Chris, did anything unusual happen after you left?
Yes.
What was that?
It was when we saw her like husband get out the car, like on the entryway.
Okay. Prior to him getting out of the car, you were driving. Did you notice anything about any driver behind you?
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, when we first left the restaurant, like
Yes.
there was the white truck like tailgating us.
Okay. When you still tailgating, meaning he was very close to you. The truck
Yeah.
was very close to you. Did it concern you?
Yeah, because I didn't know who that was.
Did it feel aggressive?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Is there proof? Okay, my question is there proof that he left the house? Like, phone GPS, GPS in the car, cameras. Where's the proof that he left? That we still haven't heard that. All we're getting is her testimony. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry, but I have questions.
I'm sorry, you can answer that. Did it feel aggressive?
Yes.
Okay. And as the car was tailgating you, what did you do? Were you getting concerned?
Yes. I was like, what was that? Like, who was that behind us? And I just thought it was like some crazy random guy because I wasn't sure at the time until like I saw him get out the car.
Okay, so you didn't recognize his car at that point.
No.
Okay. And you said, so you left Bruce Chris, so you would, to get on the interstate, you would turn right and head down towards the interstate?
Yes.
And that's when the car was following you in that manner?
Yes.
All right. And then as you turn onto the entrance ramp onto the interstate, what happened?
Like we were like a distance.
Why did it take them a year later to find out her statement or whatever? That supposedly he left the kids at home and chased down the mom and was all aggressive and did all this stuff. How come she didn't talk to the police right away? How come they didn't talk to the, I don't know.
Distance, or like about 2.5 cars.
And how come they didn't corroborate her story? That's another thing I have. Like, there's GPS, there's all sorts of stuff. I mean, I need to know.
But it was like no cars in front of us. And then I stopped to like keep my distance because I wasn't sure what was going on. Like he stopped traffic and then got out the car and went over to my side because he probably thought she was driving, but it was me. And
Okay,
he asked,
let's slow down a second. Okay?
Yeah.
So he was tailgating you. You pull onto that entrance ramp. How does he get in front of you? What happens?
Why are you
he
going
like
so
goes
fast?
in front of us.
Why are you talking
like,
so fast
like
all of
around
a
us
sudden?
and then stops like because it was only one lane to get up the entrance ramp.
Okay. And so he goes around you all and stops the truck.
Correct.
And you said you didn't get too close.
Yes.
Because at that time, did you know who was in that truck?
No.
Okay. And what did you see happen after you stopped the car, the Mercedes, and who got out of that truck?
It was Jermaine.
Okay. And what did Jermaine do when he got out of that truck?
He went to the car, like the driver's side, which was my side, and he was asking like a few questions to her.
Okay. And do you recall what he said to her?
Yeah, he just asked like, was she drunk and why does she have me driving?
Okay. And how did Shirley react to that?
Like she just like brushed it off, I guess. Like,
Okay. Did she seem upset by it or anything?
no.
Okay. What did he do after asking those particular questions? Like, was she drunk? Why are you driving? What happened then?
Like I guess he just went back to his car and it was like that was it. It happened really fast.
Okay. And then did he drive away from that point on?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
I just kept driving and I was like, whoa, like that was crazy.
You said that was crazy?
Yeah.
Okay. That was not typical, right?
No.
Okay. Did you drive back to your house at that point?
Yes.
How was Shirley on the drive back?
She was normal.
They're trying to
Like,
make this sound. They trying to make this sound good that he did it, because nobody wants to believe it could have been the little boy. Nobody wants to believe that. But why did it take them a year to get this story? And where is the video evidence that they said in opening that you can see his car leave the house? Where's that evidence? Where's that proof? I mean, come on. You got to prove to me he's guilty. You're not doing that. You're not doing that.
And she dropped you off?
Yes.
Okay. And then she left, and I guess assume you said she went home, correct?
Correct.
All right. When did you hear about what happened with Jayla and Jermaine?
The next morning, like around 8.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Hi, Ms. Gutson.
Hi.
Now, Marlene is your mom, right?
Yes.
And you all went out to Ruth Chris back in August of 2022 to celebrate her birthday.
Yes.
The day before, did you all also have a family get together to celebrate your mom's birthday?
Yes.
Okay. So this get together at Ruth Chris, who put that on?
I'm not sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Was it a last minute kind of surprise dinner for her?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember when Shirley got invited to it?
No.
All right. But you ended up riding with Shirley
Yeah.
to the dinner? Is that regular that you guys would kind of ride together sometimes?
Yeah.
And it sounds like it was about 8 of you all there at the dinner that evening.
Yeah.
Nothing unusual was going on, right?
No.
She didn't seem like she was in a rush to get home or anything like that.
No.
You all were able to celebrate your mom and have a good time at the dinner that night.
Yes.
Now, she was driving a Mercedes. Was this a nice car that she was driving?
Yes.
Was it new?
Yes.
And was it just the two of you in the car?
Yeah, just the two of us.
Okay. And so when you start to drive home, you're going to your house, right?
Yes.
And so she's letting you drive the car to your apartment. You were going to get dropped off and then she was going to go home from there.
Yes.
Is that an area that you're familiar with over there in the West Shore area?
Yes, because I've like been in Tampa my whole life.
Okay. And you've been over there for other things at times?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you drove to leave out of Ruth Chris, how did you get to where you were going?
Like with her car.
Yes.
Yeah, with her car.
How were you driving? What route did you take?
Oh, like West Shore Boulevard and I-4. Not I-4. Like I-275.
Okay. And you're getting on 275 North?
Yes.
And so when you go and you get on 275 North, you said there's kind of a ramp to get on or an entrance way to get onto there?
Yes.
And it's one way?
Yes.
And is it more than one lane?
No.
So you see this car where you said a white truck, right?
Yes.
And you said that truck stops. Where does the truck stop?
Like on the entryway, like in front of us.
Okay. On the same entryway that you're driving on, this car or this truck stops in front of you and somebody gets out of it. And you're saying that that's Jermaine, right?
Yes.
And approaches your car or Shirley's car that you're driving.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that he comes to the driver's side and he asks Shirley if she had been drinking and kind of why isn't she driving her own car, right?
Yes, exactly.
Do you ever see any kind of weapon?
No.
Does Shirley answer him?
I don't remember.
Okay. You described it as Shirley just kind of brushes it off.
Yeah.
And then he goes back to his truck and he drives off.
Yes.
Do you ever see the truck again?
Like later in the years, yeah.
Okay, but not that night.
Yeah, not that night.
Okay, no other contact with Jermaine that night.
No.
Was anyone trying to get by you guys when this is happening?
No, they like all stopped.
Everybody stops.
Yeah, like all the cars that was behind us.
Okay, is anyone honking?
No.
Yelling, getting mad that you all are stopping this traffic going on to 275?
No, it's like everyone's seen it happen. Like how he went around us.
Okay.
Aggressively.
And you said that Shirley didn't seem upset by any of that.
No.
I just don't
When
add
you
up.
start to drive, you get to your apartment, right?
Yes.
Does Shirley stay with you?
No, like she goes home after she drops me off.
Okay, so she wasn't worried about going home.
No.
That's not adding up.
And you say later the next morning is when you hear about anything happening with the children.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't talk to detectives, law enforcement, until over a year later when they interview you. Is that right?
Yes.
It wasn't until October of 2023 that you finally speak to them.
Yes.
If I could have one moment.
That's crazy. I'd interview everybody. That's crazy.
Nothing further.
They just get tunnel vision.
No rewatch.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Approach the bench.
Okay, they approach the bench and I think they're out. Yeah. And then we'll start day 2. So, but yeah, or day 3. Oh, this took longer than I thought it would.
We are going ahead and recess for the day. Same admonition you always get. No discussion about the case or coming to any definite.
It's over. Let's go to start day 3. Day 3. Come on, day 3. Day 3 right here. This full screen. Make sure this is playback. Yes, 25.
All right, have a seat. Good morning. How is everyone? Good. Have any of you seen or heard or learned anything about this case or the people and places involved in this case? No media inundation or anything like that. All right, I would just let you know, I think someone expressed a concern. The media is present, but we have an agreement with local media not to film jurors or publish their names. So if any of you were concerned about that, that's generally how news is reported. I don't know if you've kind of noticed that in the past in watching other cases, but that's our agreement with the media. So you shouldn't be concerned about that. All right, State can call your next witness.
So Corporal Michael Gallo.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please come this way.
Oh, wait, who's this? is your name? Oh.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Corporal Michael Gabo. Last name is spelled G-A-B-O-T.
Thank you.
And Corporal, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
A little bit more than 14 years.
And your current
Okay,
position
hopefully
is
they
what?
can answer
I'm
my
a supervisor
question.
in District 4, which is our southern Hillsborough County area.
All right. Back in August of 2022, what was your position at that time?
I was a detective assigned to the HCSO homicide unit.
Right. And at that time, about how long had you been working with the homicide unit?
I believe at that point I'd been working with the homicide unit approximately 4 months.
Right. And now you're a corporal. Is that considered a promotion? within the
Please
sheriff's
answer my
office?
questions.
Okay. Now, as a homicide detective, what were your general duties at that time?
May I explain?
Sure.
So homicide detectives assigned to the homicide unit at the time that I was there had various duties. Those included death investigations of natural deaths, suicides, overdoses, homicides, kidnappings, and other violent crimes. Homicide lead investigators, those were people that were assigned to investigate actual murder investigations or homicides of any kind. There are typically 3 roles in those sort of incidents. There's a lead investigator who's assigned by a supervisor to oversee an investigation. Their job is to draft affidavits, oversee and summarize the investigation for the attorneys, provide presentations, and conduct most of the interviews. There's an assistant detective whose job is to assist the lead detective. They're supposed to know as much of the case as they can in case something happens to the lead detective. They're incapacitated or unavailable. And then there's typically going to be a crime scene detective. The crime scene detective's role is to manage crime scenes for these types of incidents. So maybe there's 2 crime scenes. There may be 2 crime scene detectives. Any other roles outside of those are going to be ancillary duties assigned at various people within the division.
All right. Now, in the death of Jayla Bass, were you given any particular assignment?
I was assigned as a lead detective.
All right. When did you first receive the call about the shooting?
I believe I received the call on August 29th, 2022, sometime during the late evening.
All right. And what did you do upon receiving that call?
I ultimately responded to the area of the incident scene.
Right. Were you provided on your way there any information regarding the call or regarding anything like that?
In my initial receipt of the information for the call, regarding my response, I was informed that the shooting involved potentially an accidental shooting where 2 children were shot at a residence within our District 1 area, which is in the north part of Hillsborough County.
All right. Were you able to hear the 911 call?
I was.
All right. And did you hear that before you went to the scene or on your way to the scene?
I reviewed a 911 call as I responded to the scene, so prior to my arrival.
All right. What did you do when you got to the scene?
When I got to the scene, I met with my supervisor at the time, which was Corporal Florio, now Sergeant Florio, other detectives, and the deputies on scene, and I ultimately reviewed some body-worn camera.
All right. And do you recall whose body-worn camera you reviewed at the time?
Deputy Scott Rainey.
All right. Did you go into the apartment at that time?
I did not.
All right. What did you do next?
After reviewing the body-worn camera and receiving my assignment as a lead investigator, I responded to Tampa General Hospital.
And why did you go out to Tampa General Hospital?
I was informed that Jayla Bass was
without telling us what you were informed, what was your purpose in going to the hospital versus staying at the scene?
I responded to the hospital to check on the victims.
Okay. When you got there, were you able to check on the victims?
I was.
All right. Who else were both victims there or were they in separate hospitals?
Both victims were in the same hospital in separate rooms.
Okay. By the time you arrived there, was Jayla Bass pronounced deceased?
She was.
Okay. Was Jermaine Bass, the son, was he still alive at that point? Obviously.
He was.
Okay. And what was his condition when you got there?
He was incapacitated in a hospital room.
Okay. Was he awake, coherent, anything like that?
He was not awake. He was alive. I could see an obvious wound to his head, but he was unresponsive.
Did you see anyone else there while you were there?
Yes, I interviewed the mother of the children, Shirley Bass, in the presence of her sister.
And how was she? What was her demeanor at that time?
She had just been informed at the time that her child was deceased, that Jayla Bass was deceased, and she was very difficult. She was very difficult to interview. She was crying. She was in the process of what I determined to be grieving at that time.
All right. So what did you do next?
What did I do next from the hospital?
From the hospital. Did you go? Yeah, after the hospital, where did you go?
I responded back to the area of the incident scene.
Okay. And what did you do when you got back there?
At that point, there was a search warrant that had been authored for the residence. Detectives and crime scene investigators and other personnel from HCSO were inside of the residence. So I entered into the residence, met with personnel inside of there, received a brief walkthrough, and assisted with a search of a bedroom.
All right. And the search of which bedroom did you assist with?
It was the bedroom that was identified as belonging to the parents.
Now, the jurors by this point have now seen plenty of pictures of the residence and know, so they're familiar with the room you're discussing. Can you tell us what you did as far as assisting in the search of that particular room?
Primarily, I assisted with a search of the closet.
Okay. Were you there when the drawers, the dresser drawer was searched, the silver dresser?
I was in the room when it was searched.
All right. And were you there when the firearm was recovered?
I was.
All right. And did you see them remove the firearm from the actual dresser?
I did.
When the firearm was removed, were you able to observe whether or not it was loaded with any bullets?
It was not loaded.
Right. Was the magazine within the firearm at the time that it was removed from the dresser?
I believe it was separate from the firearm. I don't recall specifically.
Were there any other live rounds within that magazine?
There were not.
What type of firearm was this?
It was a Glock 42 firearm.
And what type of bullets does the Glock 42 take?
It fires .380 auto caliber ammunition.
Is this a common type of firearm?
Relatively common, yes.
What type of firearm like is issued for the sheriff's office?
The sheriff's office has issued Glock 45 as a primary duty weapon, which fires 9mm.
Which one is a stronger caliber, or does it matter?
Relevance?
Overruled.
So the 9mm and the .380 caliber use a similar size projectile. It's approximately a .357. But the 9mm has a larger case with more powder in it, and therefore it's a higher charge version of a .380.
Now, after searching the home, did you have what was your next involvement with the investigation?
I responded to the District 1 office where the defendant was.
Okay. Did you obtain a phone while you were at the residence?
I was informed that personnel at the scene, conducting the crime scene, handling a documentation and capture of evidence, did recover a phone.
Okay. Were you able to determine what the phone number was for that phone?
Yes, I was.
All right. And after obtaining that number, did you do anything with that information?
Yes. Detective Vertu, who was my assistant detective, completed an initial request for call detail records with the phone company, which was T-Mobile. And then later, ultimately, I completed a search warrant for a more detailed information related to that phone number.
Did you ever receive a return of those call detail records?
I did.
All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 29 and ask you if you can look at that. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And are those, in fact, the call detail records you received as a result of your subpoena?
They are. Or that it was from the search
Or
warrant.
from the search warrant? Judge, at this time, I would move to have State's Exhibit number 29 admitted into evidence.
Will be received.
All right. And do these phone records give you or indicate who the owner of the phone number is?
They do.
All right. And in this particular case, where it says subscriber named Jermaine Bass, is that in fact who the owner of that phone number is based on their records?
Yes, it is.
And the phone number we're discussing, is that it right there, 813-696-7195?
It is.
All right. What does a call detail record give you? What information does it tell you?
So a call detail record is a record provided by the phone company, which because a phone company requires a lot of information to provide that customer service, when they have a connected phone, that phone oftentimes connects to a tower to complete the service call or the internet connection that's required to provide the service that the customer requests. So some of the information that's captured in a call detail record may be location data. It may be numbers called, whether that call was incoming or outgoing, the duration of the call, what type of call it was. For example, an SMS may be considered a part of a call detail record or a text message. An MMS or a picture message may be part of a call detail record, or an actual voice call may be a portion of a call detail record.
All right. So it will give you indications of when phone calls are being made from that phone as well as when they're being received?
Correct.
All right. And on when you get these records, on what timeline are they set?
they're set on UTC, which is universal time that's consistent across all time zones.
So what is our time in relation to UTC time, the Eastern Standard Time?
Depending on the time of year, we're either on Eastern Daylight Time or Eastern Standard Time. At the time of this incident, we were 4 hours behind UTC.
Okay. So the times that are printed out on this call detail record are 4 hours ahead of what our actual time is. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention. Let me, before I do that, Corporal, do you recall when the 911 call was received regarding this incident?
It was received on 8/29/2022 at 10:33 p.m.
10:33 p.m. Okay. Now I'd like to direct your attention to the very last line on this particular form. It indicates an outgoing call on August 30th of 2022 at 02:34:58. What time is that? Would that time be here in Tampa at that moment?
That would have been 8/29/2022 at 10:34 p.m. with 58 seconds.
So that would have been approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the 911 call was made in this case. How long after the 911 call would that have been?
Sometime between 1 and 2 minutes after the initial 911 call.
All right. And what is that call, if you can tell the jury?
That is an outgoing call to phone number 813-516-3376.
All right. And that is an outgoing call, meaning someone made that call from that phone at that time.
That's correct.
Now, can you tell whether or not that phone was answered?
From the duration of the call being 5 seconds, even though the call says it's completed successfully, in my experience as an investigator, that typically means the call was not answered and it went to voicemail.
Okay. Were you able to determine who that phone number was that he was calling?
I was.
And whose number was that?
It was LaQuanta Thomas, who is Jermaine Bass, the defendant's mother.
Did you ever receive any video from the location?
Yes, there was video surveillance recorded from a residence that was sort of across the street from where the incident occurs. A residence, I believe, was 13937 Heritage Club Drive.
All right. And did your office, did the sheriff's office obtain that video, that surveillance video?
They did.
And did you notice anything of interest on those videos?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
There's vehicles that are seen coming and leaving and then returning to the area of the incident scene prior to the 911 call being received. And those two vehicles are going to be determined to be Shirley Bass's vehicles. She owned both of them.
Okay. Okay. So you were, what two vehicles did she own?
She owned a Mercedes C300 and a Nissan Titan pickup. Both of them were white.
Sorry, Corporal, I got the wrong. And does this video show where those two vehicles were parked?
It does.
Okay. And you're able to see and were you able to determine whether the time was accurate on the videos?
Through the other detectives, yes, I was.
Okay. And did you in fact learn that it was a minute behind?
Yes.
Sorry, I got the wrong. All right, so I've now put in state's exhibit number 6, which has already been admitted into evidence. And I'm going to go through some of these with you, some of these videos. So I'm going to start with the first video that is an MP4 file dated 9/1/2022 at 8:07 a.m. Now, if you could, I'm going to pause this real quick. I'm happy to do this. If you could, Detective or Corporal, could you stand and show the jury so that they can see where the vehicles you are referring to are located? And if you can describe it so it's clear for the record.
They're going to be to the top right of the screen, and the white vehicle, the white pickup truck here is going to be Shirley Bass's Nissan Titan, and the vehicle just to the left or to the right of it, from the perspective of the vehicle, left of it on the screen, is going to be her white Mercedes C300.
Okay. And the time on this is August 29th of 2022, and it's at 6:05:48, which we now know is actually 6:06:48, correct?
That's correct.
All right. in this particular video, is this where you observed them or observed her leave?
This is the video where we observed I observed the white Mercedes C300 leave.
Okay, we're going to move through this because it's somewhat lengthy, but we're going to kind of guide through it until we get to the application.
So I'm still watching this through, but they do have a verdict. So they do have a verdict. I still want to watch this through and see. I'm only doing this half, and then I'll do the other half, and I'll stream or rewatch the verdict too. Because, I mean, even if he did leave for whatever, how long, 30 minutes or whatever, and went back,
Corporal, we did
that
see
still don't
video
prove that
appeared to
he
be
shot.
Mercedes that you pointed out earlier, pull away. Is that what you were notifying or explaining to the jury?
That's correct.
Prove to me he shot both of them. Just, prove that. When both his son and his DNA were on the gun. This is wild to me.
All right, so now I put up the second one on the list, and this one is now at 18:56, which is in our term 6:56 p.m., but it's a minute behind, so it's actually 6:57 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And what are we looking at here around this time? What of relevance comes up in this particular video?
So in this video, in approximately 8 minutes, the Nissan Titan door is going to open and the vehicle is going to drive away.
All right, and that's the truck you were referring to earlier.
That's correct.
Okay.
Come on. I'm not seeing shit. Oh, we're not going to see it? I'm not seeing what they're trying to show.
All right, so we just observed that Nissan truck, and that is at
Okay.
19:04:30, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 7:04:30 p.m., which we now know is 7:05:30 p.m.
That's correct.
All right. Detective, real quick, because we just kind of looked through that. You've watched that video before, correct?
I have.
Do you see anyone get into that in the passenger side of that vehicle?
Not that I can see from the video.
And the third one. All right, we're going now down to the third video.
So how do they know that, his kids didn't leave with him? If you didn't see the other side go, how do we not know that he put him in the, so confusing. Come on. What's taking so long?
Sorry, Judge, we're having some technical.
Okay. If you
We have it on our laptop. We can
go back to it and go open with and pick the program, sometimes it.
Oh my goodness. Do you need a technical expert?
Oh, look, it's working.
So now it's working.
He cleaned it off and now it's working.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So now, Corporal, we are now at 22:10:08. What time is that? And like for people who are not on military time?
It's going to be 10 p.m. on the video.
Okay. And which we know now is 10:11 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Oops. Dang it. Okay, there's the truck.
Detective, real quick, what do we see in this video before? Hold on.
And then there's the car. Oh, there's the truck or whatever.
Judge, I'm just going to object to the corporal narrating.
That's why I stopped.
Okay,
Corporal,
let me
in this
mute
video, we see that truck that you described earlier coming in. Was that the significance of this video?
It was.
And again, in watching that video, do you ever see any children or anyone get out of the passenger side or anyone else get out of the vehicle other than the driver?
Yeah, I'm going to object to the corporal narrating video.
Right, overruled.
I do not.
All right, I'm now going to the fourth one. That's labeled 8/30/2022, 9:09 a.m. All right, Corporal, what is the time on this particular video at this point?
It's going to be 10:18 p.m. with 34 seconds on August 29, 2022 on the video.
Okay. And what's the real time on that?
It's going to be 1 minute ahead of that approximately. So it's 10:19 and 34 seconds.
My thingy's in the way. But you do see the the front door opening and closing. I'm not sure if I could see the passenger rear or the driver rear open, but it takes them a minute to put on the what do you call it, the
Corporal,
car
just
alarm.
where are we looking at here?
You're going to be looking just to the right of that Titan, to the left of it in the video, but to the right of it physically to the vehicle, which is where Shirley Bass's Mercedes is going to pull back in.
Her car is right here.
Corporal, while this is playing, where is their front door in relation to where this video is?
It's just off camera to the right.
So somewhat behind that Nissan truck on the video?
Correct. It's in the video would be in the area behind the truck, sort of obstructed by the leaves of the tree.
So you can't really see anything. So how can you tell me that he didn't have the kids? He didn't have the kids with him. You can't see nothing. But you're saying he left the kids. Okay.
Now we're going to the fifth one down the line. Now, what's the time on this one?
This is going to be 10:26 and 59 seconds on the video, or 10:27 approximately and 59 seconds in actual time on August 29th, 2022.
So this is approximately 5 or 6 minutes after we just saw the last video.
Compared to the last video, it's approximately 4 minutes at this time.
4 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, what are we going to see? Okay, what's that? I see a car, but what is that?
So, Detective, we moved forward a little bit on the video. We're now at what would be 10:30, 37 seconds, or 10:31 in real time.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, but what does that prove? That a car drove by? I'm so confused. I am absolutely confused. Confused. Okay, that's the neighbor. Or somebody going to a neighbor's house.
Detective, it's now 10:33:10. We see an individual walk past. Did you ever identify who that individual was?
I did.
Who was that?
It was Shirley Bass.
Okay, you see her walk past. It doesn't prove anything.
And Corporal, while this is playing, where the individual you identified as Shirley Bass walked to, the individual known as Daquan Evans who called 911, does he live back in that location where she was walking towards?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
She looks like she's on the phone. She's pacing back and forth. Okay.
Corporal, we're at 10:34:06, and it appears she has something in her hand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's up to her ear. That's at the phone.
Correct. It looks like she has it at one point, at some points out at her ear, and then at some points in her hand, and she's looking down at it.
So he was just found guilty of the first charge.
What's the other one? All right, we have one. What is the last one? What time are we at here?
This is going to be 10:35 and 26 seconds on August 29th, 22nd on the video. However, it's approximately 1 minute later also, so approximately 10:36 p.m. and 26 seconds.
He was just found guilty on all counts.
Corporal, we see an individual walking around with it. Were you able to identify who that was?
The person at the far end or the person closer to the tree?
Closer to the tree right there.
I'm not aware if that person was identified personally.
And what do you say, the person at the far end?
There's a person walking around near the area where Shirley Bass's C300 is, and I believe that's Shirley Bass.
All right, Corporal, we are now at 22:41 or 10:41, which I guess would be 10:42. What do we see happening here in the corner up there?
This is capturing the arrival of law enforcement, the first law enforcement officers who arrived at the incident scene.
And do we see the law enforcement interaction with Ms. Bass at that time?
We do.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Corporal, you had reviewed those videos back when you obtained it, correct?
Correct. When the sheriff's office obtained the video, I was able to review it.
Okay. Now, the person you identified as Shirley Bass, how long would you say, or how long were you able to time how long it was when the Mercedes arrived to when she's observed walking out of the house and walking around the parking lot?
All right, overall.
It's approximately 8 minutes.
Okay. So what did you do next in your investigation?
So I forget what was our last discussion point was as far as where we were.
You had obtained these videos and observed the videos.
So after observing the videos, in addition to what we've discussed about search warrants, I conducted additional interviews with Shirley Bass.
Okay.
I obtained a search warrant for a buccal swab for the defendant.
All right. Did you learn where Ms. Bass had been earlier in the evening?
I did.
And
Objection here, sir.
Not to that question.
But why no
And
gunshot
based on the information you learned about
residue
where she had
done?
been, did you follow up on that investigation?
I did.
And were you able to confirm that she was at the location that was identified?
I did.
And did you speak to people who were at that location who were there when Ms. Bass was there?
I did.
All right. So where were you able to, the location that she went to, were you able to determine what the location was?
I did.
And what was that?
It was the Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the West Shore area.
Right. Now, did you ever obtain video that showed the Nissan truck after it left and pulled out on that in the first video we saw, or second video? I'm sorry.
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you obtain? What did you use to obtain video to show where that truck had gone?
It's going to be called our HCSO Ion Crime System. The Ion Crime System is a series of cameras strategically placed throughout the county. Some cameras on the Ion Crime System are just cameras that record a feed that is captured for a certain period of time in accordance with the law. However, some of those cameras include tag readers, so they're license plate readers or LPRs. Not all intersections include a license plate reader. However, in the District 1 area, in the direction that a vehicle would typically travel to get from the Bass residence at the time to the West Shore area, there were at least 3 intersections that included cameras.
Okay. I'm publishing now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 8 that's been admitted into evidence. The first video I'm going to show, it states Fletcher, North 15th Street, F-160 enter. What are we going to see in this video?
This is going to be, if the order is correct, as I recall, this is going to be a daytime video where the sun is out and you're going to see the white Nissan Titan, which is clearly identifiable via it's lifted, it's got the black wheels, the features match Shirley Bass's vehicle, and it's going to be traveling westbound on Fletcher towards the Interstate 275.
So just to orient the jury, that was Fletcher Avenue that we're looking at?
That's correct.
Okay. And you see that truck going towards from the right of the screen to the left of the screen. Is that the westbound direction?
That is.
And that would be heading towards the interstate?
That's correct.
I'm not sure if these are in the exact right order, so I'm going to play the next one. That says 15th Street pole. All right, Corporal. So once again, we observed that truck you described crossing through. Is this from that same intersection?
It's the same intersection. However, this camera is pointed north on 15th Street.
Okay. And so, again, the directionality of that truck on this would be heading west towards the interstate.
That's correct.
All right, I'm gonna save that one. Let's go to. All right, what are we looking at here?
I believe this is 22nd Street, which is to the east. So it is actually going to be slightly before, and it's also going to be the Nissan Titan traveling westbound.
All right, let me play it again. So just so for the jury, where is Fletcher Avenue on this?
Fletcher Avenue is the main road that's going from left to right, and then 22nd Street is the road that's going this is Fletcher Avenue going left to right, and this is 22nd Street.
And which direction is west for the jury?
West is this way towards the left.
Okay, I'm gonna replay that one since we didn't know that ahead of time. So. All right, go to the next one. All right, I'm going to pause this real quick. And what are we looking at here again?
This is just the same intersection, same time, just another camera also pointed northbound. Actually, I believe this camera may actually be pointed southbound.
All right, so I paused it at 22 seconds into this, or I'm sorry, 11 seconds into this video. We see a vehicle near the Exxon. Is that the vehicle in question that we're talking about, the Nissan truck?
It is, and I misspoke earlier. This camera is pointing northbound.
Okay. And so that Nissan truck would be heading in a westbound direction?
That's correct.
Which would be towards the interstate?
That's correct. And this is before the prior video we saw from 15th Street, approximately 1 minute.
Okay. All right, now I'm going down to the one that says Fletcher, Nebraska. Oh, this didn't load properly. All right, it didn't load exactly properly, but what were we looking at in that video? And this is a video that says 9/2/2022 at 9:29 a.m. It says EOC Fletcher, Nebraska. I'll play it again, see if it loads right. No, for some reason it's not loading. Let me pause it right here though. Where are we looking at from this video, from what you can see from that part of it?
This is the intersection of Fletcher Avenue and Nebraska Avenue. This is going to be west of 15th Street and even further west from 22nd Street. This is approximately one traffic light or intersection before the highway for Interstate 275. This camera is pointed south. Fletcher Avenue is the main road where that silver vehicle is now traveling east on, and the vehicle in question is going to be traveling west on Fletcher Avenue.
Okay, so it would be going on this video left to right on it, correct?
That's correct.
What is this proving?
All right, we just saw.
You don't see that he doesn't have kids
That's
with him.
right.
You don't see what they're
Now, those were
claiming.
from earlier in the day. Did they correspond
What does
and
this
match the times
prove?
that you recovered those videos from the time that that you observed the Nissan truck leaving the residence at Heritage Club?
It doesn't prove
The
that all of a
times that
sudden
we see the
mad
video,
and
the
thinks she's
vehicle
drunk.
on the
But
idle
he's
crime
finished
cameras traveling
with
westbound
it.
were consistent with the vehicle leaving from the Heritage Club apartment complex and traveling west towards Interstate 275.
Did you obtain video from later in the day showing that vehicle coming in the opposite direction?
Yes, we did.
Not sure why this computer is getting I'm trying to play it again. Not sure why it's not loading properly, but all right. At that point in time, we just see a white Nissan truck go by. Is that the truck that you are identifying as being the defendant's?
It is.
Okay. And what do you recall what time it was that this was taken from the poll camera?
This is 22, I believe, 11 hours, so 10, 11 p.m.
Okay. And in this video, that truck is heading eastbound. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that would be back in the direction of where Heritage Club Apartments is?
That's correct.
And does that match up with the time that the truck is actually observed coming back into the apartment complex?
Yes. As part of my investigation, I conducted a query of the approximate timeline it would take to arrive from the intersections where we see the Nissan Titan during that date and that time and that approximate traffic pattern. And it was consistent with the arrival time that we see the Nissan arrive back to the apartment complex.
Finally, the last video, if it loads properly, we'll see.
So sentencing is going to be a later date. I just don't know when.
All right. Well, I think the jury understands, and so they'll have this back to look at. After obtaining the call detail records, do you obtain are you able to learn or follow where that phone goes there throughout that evening?
As part of the receipt of the call detail records pursuant to the search warrant that I authored and was sent over to T-Mobile, I received some location data, which was for the travel location approximate to the cell phone.
Okay, and where did, well, someone else will testify to that, but you, did it confirm that in fact, the vehicle, when the time the vehicle leaves, does it appear that the phone leaves as well?
Objection, lack of predicate, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Did you observe the map of the location data from where the phones were on that day?
I did.
Okay. And did you compare it with the video that you have of when that Nissan truck, Nissan Titan leaves the residence?
I did.
Okay. And then with the location of travel, did the defendant's phone appear to match the location of travel of the Nissan Titan?
Same objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Did the phone in question, the defendant's phone that you obtained the CDR records from, did it appear to ping or be at location or near location of West Shore?
Same objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
Corporal, what did you do with the firearm that was obtained in this case?
That firearm was sent off to FDLE at the time of the initial investigation to FDLE for comparison to the shell casing for carbon incidency.
All right. And did you receive a report back on that?
I did.
All right. Did you submit any swabs to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
We did. Yes, we did.
All right. And as the lead detective, you know what evidence is being submitted, what evidence is not being submitted, and so forth, correct?
That's correct.
And you can make the decision of what evidence to submit as well, correct?
That's correct.
And did you submit the swabs from the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And did you obtain any information back from those swabs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Based on that information, what did you do after that?
I completed, based on the conversation I had with the FDLE personnel responsible for overseeing that submission and the ultimate report, I completed a search warrant for Jermaine Bass, the defendant's DNA.
Okay. And did you submit that?
I did.
All right. And did you obtain a result back from that?
I did.
Based on the results you received from FDLE after the submission of the buccal swab of the defendant, Jermaine Bass, what did you do after that?
I made a determination that I should also write a search warrant for Shirley Bass's DNA.
All right. And did you submit that as well?
After receiving the DNA, I did submit that as well.
Okay. Did you receive a return from Florida Department of Law Enforcement regarding that submission?
I did.
What did you do based on the return from that submission?
I sought to obtain the DNA from Jermaine Bass, and I also submitted the DNA for Jayla Bass.
Okay.
Jermaine Bass, when I say Jermaine Bass, I mean Jermaine Bass, the victim in this case, often referred to as JJ.
And for JJ, when you obtained the buccal swab, did you in fact go there yourself personally and meet with JJ and obtain the buccal swab?
I did.
And explain to the jury real quick, how does the buccal swab work? How do you do it if you're obtaining it?
Once a court order is signed and I'm authorized to, HSM is authorized to obtain the buccal swab, I will don a fresh pair of gloves, get my my actual swab, which is a buccal swab. It's sort of like a long Q-tip, if you will. I meet with the person who's providing the sample. I will take the swab, 2 swabs come in 1 pack. I will then insert the swab into that person's mouth, swab both of the sides, the inside of their mouth myself, instead of having them do it. I will then package the swabs into their original packaging, impound them into evidence within an envelope.
Did you do anything else in this investigation?
There was an additional submission I submitted for the firearm recently, which went to our internal HCSO lab for the similar comparison that FDLE completed.
Anything else that you did that you recall?
Additional interviews and additional submissions, evidence impounding, and things of that nature, mostly administrative.
All right. Did you ever obtain the defendant's phone? Oh, you did, correct? You testified to that earlier. Were you able to download the phone and to review its contents?
The phone was downloaded. However, there was no data of usable data on the download.
Okay. Judge, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'll pass the witness at this time.
Morning, Corporal.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Very good.
All right. As you indicated to Mr. Terry, you were in fact the lead detective in this case.
That's correct.
You were with homicide at the time. Since then, you were promoted, and now you're a corporal.
That's correct.
All right. So I want to talk to you first about contact that you had with Shirley Bass throughout this case. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, the first time that you had, and correct me if I'm wrong, the first time you had contact with her would have been at Tampa General Hospital on August 30th of 2022 when she was with her niece, China Gadsden.
That is incorrect.
What do I got wrong?
It was at Tampa General Hospital. However, she was with her sister, Marlene Gadsden.
Okay, so and what date was that?
That was the same day.
Oh.
August 30th, 2022 in the morning.
So the date is correct. It's just not China Gadsden, it's Marlene.
That's correct.
Now, at that time, you took an interview of Shirley and asked her questions about what happened, correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me? You asked pretty extensive questions and it was not a short interview, correct?
Correct. The interview was approximately 1 hour long.
Now, is the next contact going to be on August 31st of 2022? You had made some phone contact with her to have her come back to the hospital because you had went to TGH and she wasn't there. Do you remember that?
Yes, the next day I responded to Tampa General Hospital in the morning, met with Marlene Gadsden, who advised Shirley Bass had stepped out. I met with hospital staff who confirmed she had stepped out. So I arranged to meet her I responded later in the day, met with her, and conducted a second interview later in the day.
Okay. And in fact, hospital staff has Miss Bass leaving the hospital much earlier than what Marlene told you, correct?
The hospital staff had her leaving at approximately 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, and Marlene gave you a much later time.
Marlene, I believe she told me she stepped out for
Does maybe approach?
Sure. Okay, so that's on August 31st. And then at some point, Shirley Bass will return to the hospital.
Correct.
Okay. And you then, as you've indicated, conduct a second interview with her that day.
That's correct.
Was anybody else present with you in the room as for the first interview? Anybody present?
In the first interview, present total was me, myself, Detective Vertu, as the law enforcement investigators, and then Shirley Bass and Marlene Gadsden in the room, in that family room within Tampa General Hospital.
And then for the second interview, who's present?
Present with me during the second interview was Detective Brunel, who was another detective in the homicide section at the time of the sheriff's office, and Shirley Bass, and then a CPI was in the interview the entire time. However, during the interview, at some point, for victim services, one of the victim specialists came in the room.
Okay. And that was pretty extensive as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, I have the third interview being the next day, September 1st of 2022. You have received a surveillance in this case, some of the surveillance we have looked at today, and you had some follow-up questions you wanted to ask Ms. Bass, correct?
That's correct.
All right. That's a shorter interview. That's brief.
Comparatively, yes.
Okay. During the course of this investigation, you found Shirley Bass difficult to reach on the phone if you tried to call her, correct?
At times, yes, she was very difficult to reach on the phone.
Okay. Now, the next contact I have for you, Corporal, is the execution of the search warrant that you got for Shirley's buccal swab. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I have that date as May 7th of 2023.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you got the buccal swab from Miss Bass pursuant to the court order, and you asked her more questions and you spoke with her about DNA and things like that.
I don't recall the substance. I executed the search warrant. I don't recall much more from the conversation.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay. All right. So the search warrant that you got for Shirley's buccal is going to be similar to the same procedure you would use for a search warrant for Mr. Bass.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also indicated you submitted Jayla's known profile.
That's correct.
Right? And also when it came to JJ, the son, his buccal swab was also submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you get a court order search warrant? Was it voluntary for JJ? How did you go about doing his?
At the time of my response to, attempts to get a JJ.
Yes.
All right, so we were talking about how you got search warrants and all that for Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass. The same type of procedure, correct, that you used for JJ?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. All of these interviews, the first interview on the 30th, the second interview on the 31st, the shorter interview on 9/1, and the interview for the search warrant of Shirley to get her bugle, you audio taped all of those, correct?
That's correct.
Right. All right, I want to talk to you a little bit about JJ, Jermaine Bass, the son. First of all, could you tell the jury what is the Mary Lee House?
The Mary Lee House is a facility used by law enforcement. In the capacity that we use it, it's used by law enforcement to conduct what's called forensic interviews. That's where a group of trained specialists interview children, because children have their interview procedures are much more delicate and different than an adult interview, or even a teenager interview. Small children are interviewed under a different set of circumstances with a different set of rules and by trained specialists in these types of investigations. So the Mary Lee House facilitates those interviews.
Okay. It's kid friendly. It's to make the child feel safe.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Now, is uniformed law enforcement ever present in the interview room when a child is being questioned?
We are not.
Okay. Now, you might be watching via closed caption on video.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to talk to you.
They have that sort of thing here in Utah. They have it's called the Children's Justice Center, where you bring your child to a certain place and they take them into a room and they talk to them. But here they don't have like special people. They actually have officers that do these interviews. But this is going to be interesting, this testimony right here.
About the attempts that you made.
Judge, may we approach again?
Yes.
Or wait, are you going to tell me that the little boy wasn't interviewed? Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. This case is crazy. I'm so confused. They still have yet to prove to me. Okay, yeah, he may have left, but you haven't proved to me that no kids got in the car. Just because you can speculate that no kids got in the car because you didn't see any other cars open. Well, his truck was parked in a position that it didn't really come on camera. So that part is kind of awkward to me. And then the mom being evasive and not wanting to talk, like you want justice for your kid, you would be answering the door.
right, back to what we were talking about. All right. So the first appointment was scheduled for September 7th of 2022 in the morning.
That's correct.
Okay. And who were you with?
I believe at the time I was with Detective Ratu.
Ratu. Okay. Now, in that situation on that day, you arrived early, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And Miss Bass at that point shows up and refused to allow the interview to take place, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And basically left Mary Lee House. Is that fair?
She ultimately did leave after a conversation with myself and the detective.
Okay. And in fact, since you were there early, you knew that she had arrived late, correct?
Yes.
Right. But in fact, she asserted she had been waiting an extended period of time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Right. All right. So the interview did not take place in the morning of September 7th of 22 that day, correct?
Correct.
Right. And in fact, on that same day,
Why is she being
it true, Corporal,
evasive?
that you didn't even lay eyes on JJ?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if she had even brought him that morning?
I'm unable to confirm that personally.
Okay.
But why be
Now,
so invasive?
So when she refused to do the interview, did you take steps then to try to conduct a second interview, or actually a second attempt at an interview later that day?
I did.
Okay. So we're on the same day, 9/7 of 22. And do you return to Mary Lee House now with Corporal Royal?
I did.
Okay. At that point, the interview did not take place either, did it?
It did not.
Okay. And it,
Why? Okay. Mom, I have questions. Mother, mom, you want justice for your children, and you want the correct justice for your children. I get you're protecting them. However, I don't know. Just her behavior. Well, I don't know how I'd be in this situation. I don't know. I don't know. But if she was evasive and all this other stuff, like, what is she hiding? I can understand, like, not having her child be interviewed. I get that. But what is she hiding?
it did not take place because JJ was uncooperative, correct?
That's correct.
Right. He was hitting his mother.
Correct.
He was poorly behaved.
That's correct.
He was disruptive and refused to speak.
That's correct.
In addition, JJ was being disrespectful to the adults.
That's correct.
Wow.
So no interview is able to be conducted that afternoon.
That's correct.
All right. Now, at some point,
why is he acting out? What is he acting out? Does he think he's going to be in trouble? Why is he acting out? Is it the injury that's causing him to act out? I'm not understanding. Like, okay, they're making me question more than I already questioned. How did the jury come to this conclusion that he's guilty?
Attempt at an interview is going to be scheduled for September 12th of 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, at this point, do you go on military leave? All right. And who takes over for you on September 12th?
I believe Detective Brunel and or Detective Richard.
Okay. Okay. And they both work with your agency, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And as lead detective, are you aware if the interview actually took place on that date?
It did not.
After that interview, the third attempt on September 12th, did the Sheriff's Department obtain an investigative subpoena and have it served on Shirley Bass?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Tell the jury, what is an investigative subpoena?
An investigative subpoena is an order ultimately issued by the state attorney's office commanding a witness to be present for either an interview, typically for an interview to provide testimony in relation to a case.
Is it voluntary, in other words? Can a person just say, I'm not going to appear?
No, it's not.
Okay. What could happen if a person doesn't respond to an investigative subpoena?
Potentially there is criminal sanctions.
Okay. All right. And as lead detective, you're aware that, in fact, was served on Miss Bass?
That's correct.
And it is served by, I believe, Detective Ratu and or Detective Brunel.
Correct.
Okay. Now, then, as lead detective, are you aware that the interview was finally completed on September 23rd of 22? And again, is Detective Ratu in your absence?
That's correct.
Okay. The interview was then able to be completed with JJ.
That's correct.
All right. So is it fair to say then, Corporal, that Shirley Bass was uncooperative with the attempts that were made by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to have her son interviewed?
May I explain?
Well, was she cooperative or not?
There were times where Shirley Bass was uncooperative, and then there were other times where I personally spoke with her where she appeared fully cooperative.
Oh, okay. So half and half. She's cooperative at times and she's uncooperative.
Correct.
Right. When it comes specifically to her trying to bring her son JJ into the Mary Lee house, however, you found her to specifically be uncooperative, did you not?
Not fully, because there was the occasion in the afternoon where she brought him in and was cooperative with us as we spoke with her.
Just he wasn't cooperative. This is crazy.
Okay. You remember giving your deposition in this case?
I do.
All right. What's a deposition? Just tell the jury.
A deposition is where a witness in a matter pertaining to a court proceeding provides testimony to attorneys providing the case.
Okay. And witnesses are under oath, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you in fact testify at that deposition that it is safe to say Shirley Bass was somewhat uncooperative when it came to attempts to interview her son?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And finally, before I leave discussing Mrs. Bass, I want to show you a transcript of the audio you did when you executed the search warrant on Shirley Bass. And it is just to refresh your memory if you discussed other things. Okay? That's all I'm going to ask. Will you have this? I sent it to you. All right. May I put your witness touch?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you a copy of what has been transcribed as Shirley Bass search warrant execution. And this has been previously supplied to Mr. Terry. I don't want you to discuss the contents. Just look through it. And I'm going to ask you again if that refreshes your memory of when you took the buckle. Did you discuss other things with her?
Why would you discuss other things with her? Okay. Have you had a chance to look at a copy of the transcript of the execution of the search warrant audio that you conducted?
I did.
Okay. And does that refresh your memory as to whether you asked Shirley questions and you spoke with her? You didn't just take the buckle, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. I'll go ahead and take that back. Thank you so much. Now you do have two contacts with Mr. Bass, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember? Okay. And basically, on those two occasions when you had contacts with him, he was cooperative with you and with your crime scene unit.
That's right.
Right. You had contact with him collecting his clothes, taking photographs on August 30th. Sound correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then you went back to get his vehicle, like we've talked about everybody else's, on October 10th of 2022.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in this case, there's actually two separate 911 calls. Daquan Evans calls, Shirley gets on the line. At some point, for whatever reason, the call is dropped, and then there's a call back, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And it is a true statement to say that you cannot fire 9mm ammo in a 380 automatic, semi-automatic.
As I understand from my experience with firearms, that is correct.
All right. Now, did you know anything as lead detective about the brown purse that was located in the children's closet?
No.
Okay. Were you aware, or are you aware as you sit here today, that there was 380 ammo in a box in a purse in the children's closet?
I was made aware shortly or during this trial that.
Okay. You found out during the trial?
I found out during the trial.
2.5 years after this incident.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Now, you had indicated that Mr. Bass's blue iPhone had been collected at the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you indicated you did looked at it and there was no significant or anything of evidentiary value for you to tell the jury about, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you did a Cellbrite download?
I
tried to.
I don't conduct the downloads, but I believe at the time, Cellbrite was the application used to download the phone.
Okay. So that's what Cellbrite is. It's just kind of like you connect it to the phone and it'll shoot out all the data from the phone.
Yes. Cellbrite is a program that is, I believe, generates the report for reviewing the phones.
Okay. And that's pretty standard and routine that you will do that in cases where you'll have a phone, you get the search warrant, and you're able to attempt to do downloads of the phone.
Correct.
Photographs, you can get text messages, phone calls, social media, all of that.
That's correct.
And getting a search warrant for Mr. Bass's phone, that is also fairly routine as part of your job, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I wanted to ask you what you got in relation to that search warrant that you did for Mr. Bass's iPhone that was in the crime scene. You requested in your search warrant cell site lists. Do you remember that?
In the search warrant for the physical phone or the search warrant for the data?
The data.
Yes.
Okay. And in paragraph 7 of your search warrant, do you remember requesting timing advance records?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know, as you sit here today, Corporal, what records you received in this case from T-Mobile pursuant to that search warrant?
I don't recall all of the records as I sit here right now. However, I do recall receiving call detail records and I believe data sessions, which are related internet connection location information.
Do you know, if you don't, it's fine, if you received anything above the call detailed record?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you, in fact, ask Bethany Ross to do some work concerning Mr. Bass's call detail records?
I did.
Okay. I want to talk just a little bit about Mr. Bass's call detail records that we looked at here today. You had mentioned something about a phone call. It looks like it was 2234. Mr. Bass's phone makes an outgoing call to a number you believe to belong to his mother.
That's correct.
Okay. And was that call answered, do you know?
Based on the time, the duration of the call, it says completed successfully. However, based on the 5-second duration, like I stated previously, that is consistent with me to be where the voicemail answered the call. The call was not answered by a person, but it went straight to voicemail.
Okay. In fact, the CDR lists 5 seconds.
That's correct.
All right. So, and as lead detective in this case, you're aware that the 911 call was at 2233.
That's correct.
Okay. So the 911 call is being made at 2233. And a minute later, Mr. Bass attempts to call his mother, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to talk about Shirley Bass and the attempts you made in order to get her phone. Now, as lead detective, are you in fact aware that
Yes.
Here we go again. They're limiting her. I mean, there's a lot of questions. I don't know how the jury came to this. I really don't. My mind is boggled. I understand the child abuse charges all day guilty. The attempted murder charge on his son, I think it should have been manslaughter. As far as his daughter, it should have been involuntary manslaughter because it wasn't at the hands of him, but it was his child and he is responsible for his child. As same with her. I think they both are. It should have been put on trial, not just him. If you can't tell who fired the dang gun, how can you fully think that this man is guilty on those counts? I'm not getting there. So maybe his call records will tell me something, but as far as right now, they're not telling me nothing. They aren't telling me nothing. It's very confusing. I hate watching trials where I'm confused as hell. Don't even have questions answered. I mean, a lot of people will say, oh yeah, glad he got guilty. But how do you come to that conclusion that he's guilty? Both DNA from him and his son were on the gun. How can you fully come to a consensus that he did it, that he did it all? Because a 8-year-old can't.
So you're aware that a Deputy Creasy, had entered the crime scene and retrieved Ms. Bass's phone for her?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And you were never able, as you sit here today, to do any sort of download from Shirley's phone?
That's correct.
Now, you did get a CDR, called detailed record, for Shirley Bass.
That's correct.
Right? And you do that via a subpoena.
That's correct.
Because you can get a call detailed record with a subpoena, but you need a search warrant to get into the physical phone.
That's correct.
Is that fair? Okay. Now, who were you with when you spoke with Miss Bass at the hospital concerning taking her phone? Do you remember if you were with Detective Brunel or Detective Spencer?
I would have been, I believe, with Detective number 2 on the first time and Detective Brunel on the second time of that day.
And when you say that second time, are these multiple attempts to try to ask her to give you the phone to download?
I believe it was all on the 31st. So the first time would have been when I spoke, when I attempted to speak with her, how she wasn't there. I was interested in getting the phone then. And ultimately, I did ask her about the phone when I was present with Detective Brunel.
Okay.
Why did they let her take her phone from the scene?
Now, look, stay at the hospital. We'll take your phone.
Objection here, State Judge.
Sustained.
I don't
You offered to
understand
take
why
her
she
phone,
wasn't detained. This is
download
crazy.
it and return it to her at the Sustained. You never got Shirley Bass's phone, correct?
That's correct.
You were never able to download it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you a little bit about China Gadsden. I understand that's Mrs. Bass's niece.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you conducted an interview of her on October 23rd of 2023. Does that sound accurate?
That's correct.
All right. And prior to that date, in late 2023.
Hey, can you bring me my phone when you're done? I just need to check a couple things.
There had never been anything relayed to you about a supposed meetup between Mr. Bass and his wife Shirley and China in their vehicle.
That's correct.
And in fact, there were times, I don't know if it's once or twice, you can tell me, that you tried to call China Gadsden to speak with her and she would hang up on you.
That's correct.
Right? And you actually audioed that so we could hear it.
That's correct.
All right. The next topic I want to talk to you just a little bit about is some of the things that were done in this investigation. Did you ever request or are you aware of any gunshot residue testing done on Mr. Bass's hands?
No.
Did you request or are you aware of any gunshot residue testing done on Miss Bass?
No.
Either child, Jayla or JJ?
No.
Okay. And you do not attend the autopsy,
But why
correct?
not?
All right. And are you privy, were you the one to have any conversations with the medical examiner's office concerning the issue of potentially getting GSR done on Jayla's hands?
No.
Okay. And in your situation, when you work for the sheriff's department, you're the lead or two.
But why not? It's a shooting case. You do the freaking GSR. This is crazy.
Two is your assist. Holbelman is the crime scene detective, and you're going to have other detectives that are going to help you out and do things in the investigation.
That's correct.
So you've mentioned some names. We mentioned Brunel, Detective Spencer. Those ladies and other detectives helped in this investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Shannon Bader had looked at the Mandalorian comforter and had used some infrared light and a swabbing to see if there was any gunshot residue on that. So I wanted to ask you, what follow-up did you do concerning what she took off the blanket or what she photographed?
There was no, I wasn't aware, the Mandalorian blanket, the primary follow-up was done after, as later in the investigation related to what?
Right, it's done later. Okay. So as lead detective, are you aware that she used infrared light and looked to see if there was gunshot residue and actually swabbed it. Are you aware of that?
Not specifically.
Okay. So it's safe to say, as lead detective, you are not aware as you sit here today of any results if Ms. Bader had in fact swabbed that comforter for GSR. All right. Let's talk to you just a little bit then about the video we looked at. You had mentioned, I want to make sure I have the times correctly. Did you say that the Mercedes leaves the apartment at 16:18? Was that right?
That was, so 16:18 time is what I documented in my report.
Okay.
That is ultimately going to be because of a miscommunication in the initial message I received from Detective, I believe her name is, it was Detective Wheaton at the time, who was with Detective Spencer in the video collection. And the initial report I received was that the time was 16:18, but that ended up being incorrect. It was a typo. It was approximately 18:10 or 18:11.
Okay, about 18:10. And I'm not counting the 1 minute Mr. Terry has fixed with you because there was like a minute behind. Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's then 6:10 p.m.
6:10 p.m.
Okay. And the Titan leaves 19:04.
Correct.
Okay. So that's going to be about 7:04.
Correct.
Okay. So then you do admit to this jury that you documented throughout your report that it was 16:18 that the Mercedes left and 19:04 that the Titan left, being a difference of 3 hours.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you also admit to this jury that you, in fact, did testify to that in your deposition as well? Okay. All right. And in fact, one other spot, do you admit to this jury that, in fact, that's what you put in the search warrant in this case?
So, potentially, yes, because that's what would have been at the time what I would have been relayed, that would have been relayed to me until I fully watched the video myself.
Okay. And I'm not asking what was relayed to you, but who did you speak to about that?
That would have been, I believe, again, Detective Spencer and Detective Wheaton, whose name is now Detective Miley, would have been working together at that time. I believe I actually spoke with now Detective Miley.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's Wheaton.
Correct.
It was Wheaton. All right. Now, I didn't see any video from the Ion Crime from anywhere near the West Shore area. Did I miss something?
There was no video. There's no Ion Crime in the West Shore area.
Okay. Where is Ion Crime throughout the county?
I'm not sure of every location. It's strategically placed by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. There's definitely some over up on Fletcher that we saw, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So all of the video that we looked at, that had to do with areas around Fletcher, correct?
Correct.
All right. How are you able to tell if you see a white truck pass by, like we saw, we're watching cars drive by, heading to or from the interstate. How do you even tell that that is Mr. Bass's Titan?
You can definitively say which vehicle it is when there's a plate read. However, there's not always a plate read because not every plate that passes by a camera is captured for various reasons, and not every intersection or camera has license plate readers.
Okay. So there's no license plate reader in this case, or is there?
I'm not the license plate reader image. If it was the scan, it's not captured in this case.
Okay. All right. So in fact, the video we looked at, you cannot definitively say, Corporal, that that is Mr. Bass's white truck, correct?
May I explain?
Go ahead.
Based on the visible features, I believe it to be Mr. Bass's truck. Absent that, I cannot say the license plate of the vehicle, but that license plate was attached to that vehicle as it passes by the cameras.
Gotcha. What type of visible features would be unique on a white truck?
Well, in this case, it's the make and model, which is the Nissan Titan. It's approximate year range based on its grille design. For example, the Nissan Titan was released for multiple model years, a very long time span. There was design changes in its exterior. It's raised and it had black wheels, specific, the same features that were visible in Shirley Bass's vehicle.
Is that typical to all Nissan Titans?
Not every Nissan Titan would have those features.
Okay. Do you know the features of all Nissan Titans that are located within Hillsborough County?
I do not.
Okay. And when we looked at the video coming and going from the apartment complex, I didn't see people going in and out of cars. Did I miss something?
In both the vehicles, there is a figure that walks to the driver door of both vehicles that is visible in the video. However, their distinguishing features, who they are, is not visible in the video.
Okay. Okay. And may I have a moment? Corporal, thank you so much. We don't have any further questions.
Morning again, Corporal.
So Corporal, you told the jury, when it comes to regards to Shirley Bass, she was cooperative at times, correct?
That's right.
Okay. In fact, the day her child was murdered, she spoke with you for over an hour.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
On the day she was murdered, did you attempt to interview her then?
I did.
And did she speak with you then?
She did.
How long did she speak with you?
Approximately 1 hour.
Right. And was it the day after, or how long after that you spoke with her the second time?
Approximately 1 day later.
Okay. And she spoke with you then?
Yes, she did.
And how long did she speak with you then?
Even longer. I believe it was approximately 2 hours.
Okay. Now, let's go to this attempt to interview JJ. Do you know the reasons why she did not want to have you interview JJ?
She specifically told
Well,
me.
without telling you, did she tell you?
She did tell me.
Okay. Now, let's set the stage for this. This was on September the 7th, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Her daughter had been killed on August the 30th, so approximately a week before.
That's correct.
Do you know whether she'd even had the funeral at this time?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
I know she was planning a funeral.
Okay. Her son had just gotten out of the hospital. So did the son just get out of the hospital?
Correct. I believe 1 day prior.
And he had been severely injured.
That's right.
And this is his mom, who you are now asking to bring to this location with some strangers to talk.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
The phone in question, Ms. Bass's phone, she did not give you the phone. Did she give you the phone?
She did not.
Okay. There are ways you can get a search warrant, right, for a phone?
That's right.
But you need, what do you need to get a search warrant for a phone?
To get a search warrant for a phone requires probable cause.
Did you have any probable cause to get a search warrant for her phone?
I did not believe I did, based on facts known to me at the time of the investigation.
And let's go back to the facts known to you at the time of the investigation. She asked, did you test for gunshot residue on the defendant's hand? Did you? You didn't do that?
Correct, I did not.
Did you know at the time that the defendant admitted he fired that gun?
I did.
Did you think that would add anything to the evidence?
I did not.
In fact, your understanding when you got there based on his statements was that he fired that gun.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Based on your understanding of what the defendant said, based on what the defendant said, what was your understanding of what happened there that day?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did what he tell you affect how you do your investigation? Did what you hear what he said happen affect how you conduct an investigation?
It did.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Wait, what
Released
was
from
the
this subpoena?
question?
He is not.
Okay. Is he to remain at the courthouse?
He is.
All right.
Understanding when you got there based on his statements was that he fired that gun.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Based on your understanding of what the defendant said, based on what the defendant said, what was your understanding of what happened there that day?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Did what he tell you affect how you do your investigation? Did what you hear what he said happen affect how you conduct an investigation?
It did.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
All right.
It
You
should
can
have
step down,
mattered
sir. Thank you.
to your
He
investigation.
released from his
period.
subpoena?
He is not.
Okay. Is he to remain at the courthouse?
He is.
All right. Thank you. We'll take a quick comfort break, I believe, the jurors have asked, so we'll be in recess.
All rise.
Okay, let's see where they go. Okay, they're approaching the bench, I believe. Well, he leaves out at 7:10.
Next witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah, but you don't know if he
If you
said,
would
"Oh, I
please
fired
introduce
that
yourself and
gun."
Spell your name for us.
Bethany
Hold
Ross,
on.
BT.
You don't know if he said he fired the gun to protect whoever he was protecting. I mean, I would protect my son too. I'd be afraid my son was getting in trouble too. And if he was the last one to touch the gun, yeah. I mean, but I would have done GSR. You don't leave it up to a suspect to run your case. You run a thorough case. You cross your T's and dot your I's. You don't leave it up to somebody to tell you how the investigation's gonna go. You should automatically do it. This is just crazy. Crazy, because I would be like, yeah, I did it. I did it. Don't put my life. I'd rather put my life on the line than my son's, to tell you the freaking truth. Come on. That is why they freaking went with guilty. Wow.
EHANYRO.
Just by his statements. That's crazy. That is crazy. When there is no I couldn't do it.
SS.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ross. Oh, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please turn to the jury and tell them where you work.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 10 years next month.
What do you do there?
I'm a criminal intelligence analyst in the Criminal Investigations Division.
How long have you been a criminal intelligence analyst?
About 6.5 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a deputy for about 3.5 years.
Now, when you become a criminal intelligence analyst, what's required of you when you transfer from being a deputy to a criminal intelligence analyst?
Yeah, you're learning completely new technology, completely new applications. It's all about getting information that the detectives may need for their case, and then obviously in a prosecution of the case later as well.
Give us some examples so the jury can understand what kind of things you work on during your experience as a criminal intelligence analyst.
So I help identify people in a case. I help give them vehicle information, stuff like that. And then I also map a lot of different things, such as cell records.
So when you're talking about mapping cell records, help us understand the process. What goes into mapping cell phone records?
We get provider information, such as T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon. They give us like an Excel document that has latitude and longitude of, say, like the cell phone tower that cell phone connected to. And from there, you can map that information.
Are you the one who generally requests these records from providers such as T-Mobile or Verizon?
No.
Who usually does that?
The detectives.
Now, once the detectives receive that information, what kind of information is usually inside of the packet that you get?
Yeah, there's got to be a date, a time, that phone number, the target phone number that they were looking for, who that phone number was talking to, if it was voice records, and then it would also be the tower information so that you can map that information.
How long is she going to be on
I'm
the
showing
stand?
you what's been entered into evidence, and I'll put it on the Elmo here if I can have some help. Thank you.
For about 30 minutes.
This is what's been entered into evidence at states 29.
Hey, can you get down? Can you get down?
Oops. Is this an example of some of those records that you would receive in order to do your job as a criminal intelligence analyst?
Yes.
Okay, and did you in fact receive the documents from T-Mobile in this case that are included in this states 29 involving the defendant in this case, Jermaine Bass?
I did.
When you receive these documents, help us understand what is the first thing you do when you receive call records from, in this case, for instance, T-Mobile?
I make sure that it has the relevant time that we are looking for, that it is the correct phone number, and then that there is mappable information within those records.
How do you know whether or not there is mappable information in the records when you receive it?
It's filled out in the latitude and longitude columns. It's filled out in the E-node columns, everything that denotes that a tower is being used and that tower information is present.
Explain to the jury how you became involved in this investigation involving the defendant in this case, Jermaine Bass Jr.
The lead detective, Detective Gavo, asked me to map a certain time period of these records.
Now, tell us the phone number associated with the records that you were asked to map. And if you need your memory refreshed by your report or your map, let me know and I can do that.
Yes, I would have to look at the records for that.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 21. Is this a map you created along with your experience and involvement in this investigation?
It is, yeah.
Can you read out to the jury the phone number that was used in order to map in this investigation?
That's 813-696-7195.
Do I have permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
To aid in your testimony, Well, before I do that, so you receive these T-Mobile records, you make sure that they have information that is mappable. What do you do after that?
From there, we use a program called CellHawk that actually takes that file and creates that map so that it's not like I'm hand drawing it. It can make that map.
You told us that you've been a criminal intelligence analyst for what, 6 years?
Yes.
During that process of becoming a criminal intelligence analyst, did you receive training in how to use this program that you described as being called CellHawk?
Yes.
What's the training involved? Just briefly describe it for us.
Yeah, they take you through every step of getting the records, looking at the records, and then mapping those records and how to interpret that information.
When you put the records into the program, does it map it for you?
It does.
Then what do you do after this program produces the map?
I take a screenshot of that in order to put it in a document with all of that original information that we got from T-Mobile so that we can see it together.
So when you initially become a criminal intelligence analyst and you learn how to use CellHawk, do you maintain any sort of continuing education on the changes that happens with updating technology?
I do. I have to keep up to date with that stuff because it changes constantly. So at least once a year, there's webinars and a lot of different information out there that I'll keep up with.
And do you maintain that continuing education for the CellHawk process?
I do.
Tell the jury approximately how many times during your career as a criminal intelligence analyst that you've used this mapping process with this program called CellHawk.
Hundreds of times.
So in this case, the investigation involving Jermaine Bass Jr., the defendant, you receive his cell phone records from, who's the provider?
T-Mobile.
And tell the jury what you do next.
Once I have that screenshot, then I will put it together in a document to give to detectives and put in the case.
So I'm placing on the Elmo what's been entered into evidence as States 21. Is what we're looking at in States 21 an example of the mapping that you just discussed?
Yes.
So you use the information provided within the T-Mobile records, you put it in this program, and this is what it spits out.
The screenshot is, exactly.
Okay, so I want to talk about the map. Let's orient the jury what we're looking for in the map, okay? On the bottom left-hand portion, I see West Shore. I'm pointing to it with my finger. In fact, there is a line right through the word West Shore. Is that West Shore Boulevard here in Tampa?
Yeah, West Shore Boulevard is in that area, and that West Shore is denoting that that's kind of the area, West Shore.
Right above that, we see another line and it's two lines together. It looks like almost kind of a pie chart situation right above Tampa International Airport. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Oh, sure. For the record, I'm zooming in so that we get a closer look at what I just pointed out to be the West Shore in the bottom left-hand corner area and what the witness has described as Tampa International Airport right before that. Right to the left of Tampa International Airport, we see symbols that look like it would be some sort of highway with a white circle that has numbers on it. What is that representing?
Yeah, that's showing 589, excuse me, and this is using actually like Google Maps information.
And then if we go up in the middle, we're seeing two half pie graph almost situations. To the right of that, we're seeing University Square. Tell us what area we're looking at now.
Yeah, the University area or the University Square area.
Right through that, we see yellow lines and a marker that is commonly known to be an interstate marker. Tell the jury what interstate marker that would be.
I-275.
Tell us about the text boxes that we see on the map. We're going to go one by one, but a general understanding of where does this information come from? Does the CellHawk program produce the map along with these text boxes?
No, the CellHawk program gave me that map. And from there, I go back to those records to copy paste this tower information, the date and time, and that incoming or outgoing call information, along with the duration into these little text boxes so that I can show exactly how that tower relates to the information that T-Mobile gave us.
Now, throughout the map, and again, we'll go one by one, we see what looks like lines that have a half circle on them. I also see one that is a full circle. What do those symbolize? Just so the jury understands before we go one by one.
For that full circle, T-Mobile is not able to give us a direction. So we just have a 360 around the tower. For example, to the left of that, it's showing kind of southeast. And that means T-Mobile was able to give us a direction, which is southeast of that tower.
So what do these markers or the pie graphs or the circle, what does it indicate? You're saying it indicates a tower, but what about the tower?
That tower was in communication with that cell phone during that incoming or outgoing call.
So the purpose of the shape or the marker on the map shows us where the cell phone is at any given time?
It at least shows the direction from the tower that the cell phone was in.
Okay, so I want to start at the top text box. We see a full circle, which again indicates to you that the cell phone is bouncing off this tower, correct?
Yes.
but it's not indicating to you a location in which it's heading. Is that safe to say?
Exactly.
Now we see a line with, it's an arrow to the right of the circle, and we see a text box that I'm pointing to. It's the topmost portion on the right side text box. Explain to us what that means, that text box.
It starts with the E node B, the sector, and the azimuth, which is all going to be tower information. That azimuth is blank. I just have a dash there because we don't have a direction, and that's actually where that would come from. The location is followed by that, and that's literally the latitude and longitude of the tower. And then we have the date and the time, and it was an incoming call from this phone number, 361-217-7632, and the duration is 0 seconds. There was no duration.
So we have that at 6:04:03 p.m. Next in time, we see to the left, two lines intersecting, right encompassing the words University Mall. It encompasses the two first letters U and N. Explain to the jury, and if you need to stand up and point or come over here and point, Judge, does she have permission to do that?
Sure.
If you can,
Going to you is probably best.
yes, ma'am. If you can please come around so that you can point to yourself on the Elmo.
Make sure you describe with words too.
So specifically, and I'm going to rearrange. We see a top text box on the top left corner. I'm pointing to it right now. From that text box, we see a red or orange arrow pointing to the pie graph encompassing the first two letters of the word University Mall. Now, I noticed that this graph we're looking at, the symbol is different than the circle. And if you don't mind, can you come around this way instead right there to point so that we're just not blocking the jurors? Can you point to the University Mall one and explain to the jury the difference between the circle we just saw and the information that it provides to you and this pie graph that we're looking at that's kind of like a semicircle with two lines? What's the difference?
So in the original one, the circle right in the middle of that is going to be where that tower is, where that line is inside that circle. Instead, on this one, it's where these two lines meet. The tower is actually going to be right there, and we get that southeast direction because it's kind of facing southeast.
The semicircle that we see shaded in connecting those two lines, what does the semicircle symbolize to you?
This is just a display. It's half a mile out from the tower. That does not mean that the cell phone was half a mile out from the tower. It's a traditional kind of display for this type of information.
And let's talk about the text box that's associated. We pointed out before the top most left one. We see it says the E node B, the sector, and explain to us, the one before didn't have an azimuth. What is an azimuth?
Yeah, this azimuth is 120, and that's a degree out of 360 of a circle. So that 120 gives us the southeast. That's what the azimuth is.
So the 120 or the numbers next to the word azimuth indicate to you a directionality.
Exactly.
Of the cell phone itself or of the tower.
That's the direction the cell phone was in from the tower.
So the cell phone in relation to the tower, you can tell to a certain degree.
Yes.
Okay. So in this one, we see 120. Now we see the location, which you indicated before is latitude and longitude. Is that correct?
Exactly.
We see the date 8/29/2022 at 7:15:21 p.m. Tell us what the outgoing call number is.
That's 813-516-3376.
Now, outgoing call, does that mean the number listed above, 813-696-7195, is the one who dialed out?
Exactly.
And if we see a label later on, incoming call, does that mean that the number listed below the words incoming call placed the call and dialed to 813-696-7195?
Exactly.
Okay, so the next in time, we see 7:16:04 p.m. For the record, I am pointing out a text box that is the second from the top on the top left side. We see an arrow coming from that, pointing to two lines that intersect with a semicircle. It is right below, encompassing the bottom portion of the N on North Tampa. I see that to be to the left of Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, tell us what information
happened to
you
the
were able to
sound?
receive and what that line and semicircle means to you based on this information.
So exactly like before, those two lines intersect, and that's where that tower is. But what's different this time is it's facing northeast. In addition, we've got this incoming call from 813-76, and it was a duration of 65 seconds.
So this number,
Same CDR you used and make your little
What
boxes.
happened to the sound? Do I need to refresh? Let me go back here then. It was about right there. Refresh it. Geez. Refresh. Go back. Thank you. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, where are you? It's saying time for me to give up.
Little boxes?
Exactly.
Okay. What
It's
else do you
not
do?
playing any sound.
That's after that, I need to put it
Do
all
they
together
know
in this.
it's not playing any sound? Hold on, let me check this. Let me make sure that it's not me that's being difficult.
What else do you do?
Okay.
Document, and this is a
What
header
happened to
that
the
we typically.
sound? Oh my gosh, this is gonna kill me. Okay, hold on one moment while I'm trying to figure this out. I don't get it. Oh, there it is. Haha. Okay. Go right there to expand. Okay. Let me do this.
Document, so I add that.
No,
header,
it's
and I'll
still
add my
not doing the
signature and the
sound.
date.
Okay.
Oh,
Like
there we
prepared
go.
by
Exactly.
CIA Ross.
It was
and
me.
A PRH your case. Okay. What do you do to validate what Cellhawk has told you?
So what's good is with latitude and longitude, you're able to throw that into Google Earth, Google Map, whatever, and that is able
Okay, I
to show
went
the
too
exact
far.
pinpoint that Cellhawk has made where that tower is. That's how you.
That's the one from 715. For example, we have it as upper left-hand corner of your map, 71521, pointing over to that very first, what do you call that?
Okay, there we go.
Sectors. So
Jeez.
this one in particular, 820 is the left sector, this one right here.
Okay.
And that's going to be an incoming call from the 727-315-3379 number. And the duration.
It's 3329.
Oh, I'm sorry about
Well,
that.
you are backwards, so it's okay.
It's upside down.
Yes.
So, and that duration is 0 seconds on that one.
Okay, so what is the 0 seconds indicate to you?
It most likely was not answered.
Okay. Okay, all this cell phone data. Yes, he was trying to call, I guess, her. I guess this is his information. Trying to find out, what the hell's going on. Why hasn't she came home or whatever. And stuff. Okay. What does this prove?
Didn't complete.
Okay, so that's 8:20 and 43 seconds.
Okay, let me go. past this.
315-3329 for 5 seconds.
Is he only calling her?
Let's move below the bottommost portion. We have, there we go, it's centered now. A text box on the bottom. And we see at 8:29 of 2022, 10:01 p.m. and 43 seconds, an outgoing call to 727-315-3329 with a duration of 43 seconds. Show the jury where that cell tower pinged.
So the tower is right here where these two lines intersect, and we're a little bit farther south from the other tower that we've been talking about, still in the West Shore area, and it's facing basically north or northeast.
Now we're going to, we're looking at the top quadrant. We've already discussed the topmost portion of the text box. And we see that the circle that we have has an arrow next to it with a text box we already talked about from 6:04 p.m. But below that, it looks like there's 2 other phone calls. So I want to discuss 8/29/2022 at 10:19 p.m. and 37 seconds. Tell us what you learned during your investigation.
So it is this one with the full circle here, and it is an incoming call from 727-315-3329.
Below that, oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay. Below that, we see it's within the same text box, August 29th of 2022. We see at 10:34 p.m. and 58 seconds, tell the jury what you found out during your investigation.
That one is an outgoing call, and it is to 813-516-3379, and that duration is 5 seconds.
And that information indicates to you that this phone number belonging to the defendant called out at 10:34
So
p.m.
have
and
to do
58 seconds, correct?
5 hours tonight?
May I have just a moment,
Dang.
Judge? I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Do you want this?
Cross. Okay, cool.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay,
All right, so
go.
you are not here today testifying as an expert in
Go,
cell phone
kitty.
mapping, correct?
I don't know if they've listed me as an expert or I don't know.
All right. Have you ever been in court before and you are declared an expert? Are you aware of anything like that?
There was one time during a federal trial, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So basically, let me get the gist of what you do. You receive a CDR, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you received a CDR of Jermaine Bass, our client.
Yes.
Right. You took that CDR, you plug it into CellHawk, which is the program.
Yes.
All right. And in your own words, CellHawk spits out the data, right?
It creates the map, yes.
Creates the map, right? And you said something about a screenshot. So CellHawk creates the map. Is it going to create exactly what we're looking at besides your additional boxes?
Exactly.
Okay. You take a screenshot of it, and then you're going to go back to the CDR, the same CDR you used, and make your little boxes?
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. What else do you do?
After that, I need to put it all together in this document. And this is a header that we typically use on all of these documents. So I add that header and I'll add my signature and the date.
Okay. Like prepared by
Exactly.
CIA Ross and then up here HCO case. Okay. What do you do to validate what CellHawk has told you?
So what's good is with latitude and longitude, you're able to throw that into Google Earth, Google Map, whatever, and that is able to show the exact pinpoint that CellHawk has made where that tower is. That's how you can verify those records.
Okay. So is that your testimony that that's how you're verifying the CDR?
Yes.
Okay. But that again is going to come, the latitude and longitude, from that CDR.
From T-Mobile, yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of where a
Stop it.
tower is located, did you do any verification of what CellHawk spit out by doing a drive test?
No, that's not typical for us.
Were you ever requested to do a drive test?
No.
All right.
Hey, West Side
The CDR
Rider.
that you were given it by Detective Gabot, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Don't you start. I don't need tomato on my face. This case is already making me have tomato on my face.
He gave you a specific date and a specific time.
Yes.
All right. You did not receive CDRs from any other individuals, correct?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, for example, when we see a zero duration in the map you made, you agree with me that T-Mobile doesn't really give you in very plain, simple English if a specific call with a zero, if it was answered or not, correct?
Exactly. You have to, you don't know.
You don't know. Okay. And in fact, isn't it true that there could actually be other calls as well that are not mapped? CellHawk doesn't map them because, for example, there are some reasons it just didn't connect. That call didn't connect to the tower. It was iPhone to iPhone, or there could be signal issues. So there might be other calls, and for some of those reasons, they won't get spit out by CellHawk.
Yes, they can't be mapped because that mapping information just doesn't exist.
Right. Okay. Now, did you use a cell site list to verify your data?
Yes.
Okay. Which cell site list did you use?
So T-Mobile has uploaded to the CAST team on LEAP. It's a government website that the FBI uses. They have cell phone towers uploaded into there on a regular basis, and that's the one that we use within CellHawk.
Okay. Did you use it specifically in this case?
I did.
Okay. Which version, or what was the date or approximate date of the cell site list from T-Mobile did you use?
October of 2022.
All right. Were you aware that in August of 2022, T-Mobile and Sprint merged?
I don't know the exact date, but I know that they merged.
Okay.
Yes.
And you used October. Is there another one also in December of 2022?
Hey,
There
Rose.
should be, yes.
Okay. Now, when you're on CellHawk, you get a little box that even pops up and tells you, you better use that cell site list because that's the best practice, right?
Exactly.
All right. It's your testimony you did that in this case.
Yes.
Okay, but these Cellbrite records or whatever call records aren't it just says that he was looking for his damn wife. It don't tell me that they were fighting, arguing, or whatever. Yeah, and then he finally went looking for her, probably. This still ain't telling me who pulled the freaking trigger on the little girl. This is not telling me. This is a bunch of crap. Anyways, I don't know how they found him guilty. I don't know. I'm waiting to find out.
I wanted to ask you and just clarify a little bit about this azimuth. So let's look at the one from 715. For example, we have it as upper left-hand corner of your map, 71521, pointing over to that very first, what do you call that? The lines and the shades.
Right here.
What do you call that?
This is like a sector.
Sector. Okay. And so that's that first sector, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, no wonder
So
this is taking forever.
What is the azimuth for that sector?
That one's 1 day.
What does that mean?
It's 120 degrees of that 360 degree of a full circle. So they choose 120 to be that southeast portion.
Southeast portion. All right. So you're not telling us that that phone is in that shaded portion, correct?
Exactly. That is not the case.
Right. What's the radius? Can you tell us what the radius would be of where that phone may be?
No, these towers, this information does not have like a radius and a distance from the tower, just the direction.
Right. So in fact, all you can tell us is what you have plotted, that cell phone is in that direction from that tower.
Exactly.
Okay. It doesn't mean it's in that shaded area at the time.
Right. Exactly.
It just means it's in the direction from the tower. So in this case, we would have, I think you said, is it southeast or for that first one at 715?
Southeast.
Southeast. Okay. So we don't know how far. It's not in the shaded area, but somewhere that
It's down there on the floor. I'm sick. I don't know if it's allergies or what, but you know how you told me like your throat was feeling weird? That's what I feel like. And I keep coughing. I keep coughing, but
it is flu season.
I mean, and
you have what I have. It is flu season. I don't have any.
No, I got vaccinated.
I didn't.
Yeah, but
that
still,
phone is in that
vaccinations
direction,
should
southeast.
protect me.
No, that's not how that works.
Yes, it
It
does.
just lowers your risk of being infected.
Well, then why am I keep on getting it? Do you think that do you think like I just got kind of sick when you got sick and now that
Well, you weren't as sick as me when I got sick, so.
I was pretty sick. I was fucking sick.
And I was sicker.
You had a higher fever than me, yes.
I threw it up.
Well, that's your own fault because you coughed up a loogie.
No.
You know, hey, as long as I never get sick like I did where it was coming out both ends, I'll be great. Now that's bad.
from that area.
Exactly.
Yeah, simple as that, right?
Yes.
Right. So you're not telling this jury you can place an exact
What,
location of the
Debbie?
phone.
I cannot.
Okay, you cannot give us a location if it's at a restaurant or sitting on the interstate. You can't give us any of that, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you cannot, with the records you received in this case, give us any idea how close to the tower itself that phone may be.
Right.
Okay. Did you ever receive timing advance records in this case?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Are those a little bit more accurate in?
So they may have that distance from the tower that we talked about before.
Gotcha. Are you aware that when Detective DeBow did his search warrant in this case, and he just talked about it, that he requested timing advance records?
I don't know.
You use timing advance records pretty commonly in this,
Yes, when we do get them.
and you're going to get better information.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. So in this specific case, the only thing you had was the CDR data, not any sort of more accurate timing advance records.
As far as I remember, yeah.
Besides the CDR itself, and we have it in evidence here, what else do you recall actually receiving from T-Mobile, if anything?
It comes with possibly data information. It depends on how they package it and give it to us. But I use just the voice records on this one.
All right, we're not talking about data, use of data.
No.
Okay. All right. Looking at my notes to see if I have any other questions for you. May I have a moment?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. My co-counsel has reminded me, please just tell the jury what a drive test is.
The drive test is you use a device, this sort of like box that goes with you in the car when you physically drive by a cell phone tower. And that's how you can also confirm these azimuths and these latitude and longitude and stuff of the tower.
And you cannot testify to the accuracy of these actual CDR records you received. You're just relying on that data.
I rely on the data that T-Mobile provided, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ross. I don't have any other questions.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, she is not, but she can leave.
She is not, but she can leave the courthouse?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, we will go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. It's 5 till 12. I will see you back here at 1:15. Same admonitions you always get, and enjoy your lunch.
All rise.
Okay. I think they're going on break here. I'm not sure. I'm going to quite stay on till they let me know that they're going on break. Anyways, I'm going to finish the rest of this tonight. I will do the verdict at the same time, since the verdict was handed down today. Let's see if they say anything else on record. If not, I'm going to end it here. But I still I still need them to prove. I mean, you can't go off a person's statement to you, especially if they're trying to, protect their child. And I could see him protecting his child. He felt like crap, when he says it accidentally discharged. I mean, that's the first statement he ever made. He was always cooperative. I don't understand why his ex-wife was not cooperative. That raises concerns. But yes, the evidence shows that, yes, he had his hand on the trigger, but so did his son. So I don't know. I would hate to be on a jury because they would hate me. They would hate me because if I got reasonable doubt, I'm not going to convict. We better just hang. You're not going to change my mind. None of the evidence that they have showed so far. I mean, just a statement, and that's how you directed your what you call it? People change their statements all the time. People take it to trial. As a detective, it is your responsibility to follow the evidence. Don't just go off somebody's word. You should have GSR'd his hands. You should have GSR'd the wife's hands. You should have GSR'd the boys' hands, collected all their clothes, and even Jayla, the 5-year-old, the deceased 5-year-old, all of them. I really, truly think that that's what they should have done. This is just sad. And as a parent, he's probably protecting his son. But at the same time, like he was like, oh shit, you mean I could go to prison for life? That means never getting out in the state of Florida. Oh shit. Okay, well, they're going to lunch. You know what I mean? Okay, let me go here. Okay. So, all right. I am going to be back 9 o'clock tonight, my time. That'd be like 11 o'clock, whatever. Anyways, to do part 2 of day 3 and the verdict. So I hope to see you guys there. If not, I appreciate each and every one of you that each and every one of you that came and supported me, hit the like button, shared the live, commented, shared the stream out, subscribe to the channel, all that great stuff. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I am on the road to 1K. I am trying to get monetized. I will do it. I will do it before 2026. I will do it. But anyways, yeah, so I hope to see everybody on the next trial and tonight. But if not, I understand. So yes, stay tuned for part 2 and verdict of day 3 and 4 tonight. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Those that you love and care about, please let them know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow is never promised. And everybody have a blessed day. See you later. Bye.
Turn me up, AV.
Like the spotlight, recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty, know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong man. She's a sweet lady, she's a great mother, let your pain get achy. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube. She never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. Who still got faith in me? Make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me? Make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Met Lil Shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, you know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, yeah. Like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty, know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it is.